Good morning. Today is 21st of March 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Ipswich, which is in Queensland. This is how the track looks like. The ground rating is soft here today. If I'm not sure if it has been upgraded, but the last time I checked, it was soft. The last finishing mile is about 300 meters, and that's the shape of the track. I kind of like the shape here. It is nice. This we've raced here a few times at Queensland, in this particular track, Ipswich, and it's a moderate track. It's not I mean, it's a moderate place. It's not like the tracks who are absolutely funny. They generally don't do that. This track we've had a nice experience racing, but today we're going to be racing here after a long time, and we'll see what we can do here. We've got 8 races today, and they put some very difficult distances, like 900 meters, 800 meters. They put those distances, but they kind of play okay. I don't remember having a very bad experience here, but we are going to be vigilant anyway. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good, good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are changes, whether it is circumstantial changes or there are better horses at the paddock, or something else, we do make changes with our picks and often step out, or that's what we do. And the idea is to play safe and make decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. So that's exactly what we try and do here. So I've got 3 tabs opened here. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we get to see the odds and the scratching. The third one is Top Sport, where we get to see the winning numbers if we cannot make it out from the feed. So that's what we have. We'll see. We'll get on with the first race today and see what's going on. 3, 6, 10, 13, 14, 3, 6, 10, 13, 14, all scratched. So I've started preparing the races in advance because there are approximately about 50 channels to go through. And I'll share my thoughts on the first race after I've taken a look at it. Till then, we'll just look at the feed, what's going on. She's had 2 trials, one of them back in July. Second behind Love to Luna, and the most recent trial at Musselbrook, she showed any amount of speed and just careered away late to be winning the trial by 6 lengths over a Stolen Summer. I don't think the wet track will worry her one bit. She's an absolutely stunning filly to look at in the yard. You can see she's got a mind on the job, heading to the barriers. Loved her latest trial, which she was able to win by 6 lengths. She's short in the market, but I think she should win. Now, officially, we're now on a soft 6, and about 5 minutes ago, the track manager said we've had 13 mil. Well, we've had more than that now. We can easily go up above 15 mil by now, but we're officially on a soft 6, and I would expect even that to get worse after this race. Now, Reluctant Divas over there, number 8, Brett Kavanagh and Braith Knock. She's a nice filly. She's had 5 starts. I thought she did enough at Tamworth first up when 5th there behind Shotgun Bella.
Just raced a touch keen. She comes back in trip today and was placed on a soft six track before going for a break.
She's the horse that I think can improve here. They've taken the gear off her today, tongue tie and the visor. She went far too keen in front at Tamworth last start at 1200.
Frank, welcome back, my friend.
Inside gate on home track. She's the improver.
Thank you for being here, Frank. Hope we get a better day than yesterday at Ipswich, Frank.
Behind any rock, he'll be up there in the first couple again.
Yeah, he's got good tactical speed that'll hold him in good stead from the inside gate. They'll be able to utilise the inside barrier. He's nice and relaxed.
Ipswich is moderate, Frank. Ipswich is moderate. I'll show you. We'll take a. This is when I was collecting data. All right. This is not during the time of analysis, but this is when I was collecting data. So if we look at how Ipswich played, Ballard, Balina, Copper, Tombend, Ashuka, Flemington, Geelong, Rafton, Oxford, Ipswich. So that's the stat of Ipswich. So this is the number of trifactors that we had. This is, I mean, the dates are also mentioned. Those videos should be there, like this one, Ipswich, 6th May 2024, race number 3, we got a trifactor. So Ipswich has played moderate, you know, but this is the time when I was not playing the way I played today. This is the time I used to play. Now I don't play. This has become like, this is when I was collecting the data and I used to play. And the thing is, if you look at those days and if you see how I was playing, that was just because I had to collect the data, and I played horse racing. So I used to play quinellas and trifactors and all that, and that's the result. So those races are there, those videos are there where we had trifactors. So Ipswich is a moderate place. I can't, this is not a bad place. Ipswich is not a bad place. It is not like, what we were doing yesterday. That I remember distinctly, that particular track. Then there's another one in Victoria called Pakenham. Then some other tracks are there, which are absolutely disastrous tracks. Ipswich is not one of them. They do, I mean, every track has 1 or 2 races that they are going to do that stuff, but more or less these people are moderate. They're okay.
Died? Yep. Yeah, I remember the ambulance broke down once and Greg Ryan fixed it. Now wasn't that the tractor? That wasn't the ambulance. That was the tractor who pulled the barriers off. I think it was both. It's very. He did the tractor in the ambulance. He was mowing the grass as well.
Just quickly, my late mail is incorrect on the screen. I'm not sure what numbers they are. I'm 7, 4, 8 and 2. I'm with our short price favourite here, the 7th.
Yes, tomorrow we got Rosehill. Some major races coming up at Rosehill.
One of them is the horse that I think can utilise the inside.
We'll see what happens. Rosehill is good. Rosehill doesn't do hanky-panky that much. They kind of by the books.
On debut for Massara and Gavranich, filly by Shalar out of the Street Crimea. 2 trials at Scone in July. one trial. It ran second in a trial at Scone in July. Then 34 weeks later came out and won a Musselbrook trial. They were both on soft tracks. Now they're loading up. 145 now for Lady Elena. $7 for Wannabe. $9 for Reluctant Diva. $10 for Nation Changing. And Nolkabar Star is $11. Ben Hall calling the card today. So let's get up to Ben for race number 1. 6 for racing this afternoon. The feature is race number 8. And it's the Country Northern Wildcard Qualifier race. There are only 2 left. One here at Scone and the one at Goulburn on Sunday. So we welcome the team from Sky Central, Greg, Mel and Mick. The runners are set. Lady Elena, the short price favourite. Ready to jump. Rain continues to fall here. Starter on the platform, he hits the button and Scone racing underway. Out wide, Nation Changing began with plenty of gusto. Lady Elena's on the speed in the early stages. Nolkaba Star third away. Then came Toka, being passed by Wannabe on the inside, followed by Reluctant Diva. 3 lengths away to Carwood Terry, and a further 4 away was Wakes at the tail, 15 off the speed. Favourite found the lead, Lady Elena by 2 lengths to Nation Changing. Third, the rail, Wannabe. Then came fourth was a Toka. Then came Nolkaba Star, Reluctant Diva. Carwood Terry, and about 10 away was Wakes as they turn at the 400. So the favourites in front, Lady Elena. She led by a margin of 2 lengths to Wannabe. Then came Nation Changing, starting to wind up, followed by Reluctant Diva. And out wider on the track, a Toka starting to build up the momentum at the 200 metres. Lady Elena in front. Nation Changing is inch by inch wearing back the margin. Then a Toka followed by Reluctant Diva. Lady Elena in front, but Nation Changing's grabbed it inside the shadows of the post. And Nation Changing won in a slogging contest by a length to Lady Elena. And a third, I'm not sure.
276.
Flashed there at the inside and out wide was Reluctant Diva.
It's raining here.
Toka was there as well. Not far away was Nolkaba.
I hope the weather stays good.
To Wakes, who finished last.
Okay, so here is what we have for the first one, all right? If we look at the odds, 9, 12, 5, and 15. So that's 9, 12, 15 here, right here. And there is this 5, which is a colt. These are the favorites. These are the top odds. 9 happens to be the favorite. So if we look at what 9 is, it's the first one through the rails. And so let's first understand what the race is. It's an 800-meter maiden race. And so, if we look at the best horses, they are 4 and 1, 2 of the geldings. These are the 2 best horses, right? That's there. These are the 2 best horses. These are drifts. 11 and 9. 9 is the favorite. And if we look through the rails, 9 is the first one to go through. No, that's sorry. And 9 is the first one to go through. Okay. Now, it's a drift which is favorite. And if we look at the BB, this one doesn't have pressure, but this is something that I checked yesterday. We had a similar situation where I said that it doesn't have pressure. How will it go through? Then the match came up with the jockey. So if there is no pressure, you need a jockey. So this one is rightly there with a jockey. 9. Okay. So 9 rightfully is the favorite. 9 should win. The other things that might happen, the 12 is the next one which is there, but 9 and 12 getting through will be difficult. Why? Because this 11 is also there. This one is not there within the odds. But if that's the favorite, if that's the maths to get to the favorite, the second one in line is 11th. And then probably 12. 8 is the EW position. 8 is the EW position. That's coming from gate number 3. It has no runs, and they are like that. They're like 60% dying almost, but that's more or less there. But two of the best horses are 4 and 1. These two are two of the best horses. Best, when I say best, as in, you know, these are good horses. But will they win? That is a little tricky question, because they do not have any races. They haven't raced, and but they are well within the they have the rails at one side. These two have the rails on one side, and 9, 12, and 15, they have rails on both sides. The 15 is the 15. I don't know about the 15, but 9 should win. 9 should win. The question is 15 or 11. The 15 has races, the 11 has 2 races. It did not do anything in 2 races, but the drift is there on 11. So 9 ideally should win, and then anything can happen. Either the 8 will come in or the 11 will come in. The 12 is in very good hands. That it's a maiden race, that can come in as well. That can come in as well. But the question is whether 9 will win. I think 9 will win. It's the first race here at Ipswich. I don't think there's going to be much hanky-panky about that. It is the first one through the rails, in good hands. Everything looks good. These are all checks. The 11, the 8. These are all checks. They can get in. The 4 and 1 are very good horses. Especially this one, the 1 is in very good hands. So that can get into. I mean, it's either going to be the good horses or the ones with the advantage. So possibilities are there, but 9 should win. I'm going to be out on the first one. We'll just check what's happening and then we'll play. We'll take a look at the paddock. What's happening at the paddock?
tab market mover, and this week we're going to focus on Wotan in the tab golden slipper. $51, the first price bet about him. There was an avalanche of support for him into as short as 13 before his first start. He won easy, bottomed out at $3 before the silver slipper, slight drift after that, and the Todman, $4.50 final field, and he now sits as a $4.
I had very high hopes today that we'll get the Albury, but they kind of got abandoned. Albury would have been a very good one. Some of the top tracks are probably Albury, Balat. These places are very good. Balat is very good.
Chris Waller, he's a master trainer. He'll have him ready.
Albury is also very good.
Keep it with the gear. He'll carry weakers for the first time.
They will always give you a very pleasant experience at Balat, at Albury. These places are very good.
He's the biggest futures liability we've seen.
Not much of a brainstorming
all the way through. And for that reason, we've been a little bit conservative with his price. Just a small drift final field, $4.50 out to $4.80. In saying that, I have him rated much longer, so you can expect a little bit better on Saturday. We'll look to wheel the price out a little bit, be a bit more aggressive. So if you want to back him, tab.com.au and you'll get the top odds.
Race 1 at Ipswich, runners are in the yard for the Q3 maiden over the half mile. Paul Joyce, Bold T is the first horse we'll have a look at. Corey Sutherland claims 3 kilograms, gets barrier 1. The crossover's on for debut. Garnett Taylor's your trainer.
He's had 3 trials, Kian. He has shown mixed results at those trials, but what he has shown on occasion is plenty of natural speed. He's drawn the fence. He gets the claim for Corey. Nice type, relaxed in the yard, and at good odds, so I'm going to have something small on him.
Kay O'Neill has the 2 Denman Avenue, has his first start for the new stable, or rather, he's still a bull. He's had a wind operation as well, just note, and Hannah Phillips is your rider.
Well, you can tell something. He trialled a lot better at Sunshine Coast than what he'd done at his only start at Dubbo. He ran second, he showed good speed. He's a big, sort of robust horse. He's obviously carrying a bit of condition still, and that's just his shape, but
Wind
over 800
horses.
metres, he can give you a sight.
Okay, the 4 is Elope by Night, Olivia Kendall, Brian and Michael Costello.
Actually, just back on the 2, you just had a good chat with Hannah. Were there any tips that she gave you there about the horse?
That had a wind operation.
Oh, well, that's where you got the problem. Okay, Lope by Night was handy, went fair, I thought, at the Gatton trial, but this barrier worries me.
Jason Edwards has the 5 Mr. Playtime, Taylor Marshall.
Ran second behind Favourite Eye in the Deegan trial. I thought it was a reasonable trial, but once again, just from that draw, I prefer others.
Jeff Dunn and Reggie Jemison combined with the 7 Rock Me Mama, the newlyweds.
Yes, showed good speed in a recent trial. It's just caught late there at Bodez. But I thought she moved really well. She's got a soft gait. It's only 800 metres, and she'll give you a good sight here.
The Jean Gina debuts for Darren Bell today. Justin Stanley with the blinkers.
Trialled on the dirt, had the headgear on. Probably didn't do enough for me in that trial, so unless the market moves, suggest so.
Marathia is the 9, Jace McMurray for Adam Campton.
Only one start in Queensland, was a third at Gatton. Closed off well, or stuck on well, should I say. Claim suits for Jace McMurray. That form should hold up the AI boom form, and she's a deserved favourite.
Courtney Bellamy rides the 11. She's got it. Lee Weinler, she's a nice type.
Yeah, he's a good type. You can't have her on what she's done 2 starts to date, though.
What you is the 12, Nosy Tomazawa for Tony and Madison Sears.
Very good run first up at Warwick over the short course, off a good trial as well. She's got a slightly sticky draw, but a few of them do here. If she gets any luck, she'll be hard to beat.
And down to the 15, Katie Wisdom. Where's the tongue tie for the first time? Dakey Chudro.
They had 2 options. They opted for this one. Last up third at Lismore was a career high for her from 8 starts. I don't know if that form will be strong enough, but there's been a bit of support.
And Nori Mazuda is your jockey there for the 15. Now, we are going to do our late mail because Scone is right on our hammer.
All right, Kian, I'll do that. I have gone 1, 7, 9 and 12. So I have something very small on Bold T from that inside gate first starter. What was that hand signal for? Number 7.
So I'm not really good at hand signals, but that was to say we've got a little time up our sleeves.
Okay, it didn't look like
Soz. Sorry for the urgency.
It looked like a dance move from the disco era. Number 7, Rock Me Mama. She's been easy in the market.
Like a wagon wheel.
Every pass. I don't know what it was. It was like half a sprinkler.
Hey.
Number 9. No, we're not singing. We're not singing. We haven't got that much time. Number 9, Marathi. It's been a touch easy, just holding smart now $3 because you're coming for one shoot, $3.90 into $3.20. So that's been your big move, and that horse has to go in for my 4th pick. So I'm 1, 7, 9, and 12. Who's that mucking up? That's Marathi I'm mucking up on the gates.
Just having a little play, a little bit cold backed, you know. It's like me when I get out of bed. I don't know, for some reason I have to get out of bed like a 100-year-old. Everything hurts. My back, my legs.
Right.
I am with one shoes, so it's really good to respect your elders. It is really good to see the market push for this filly by Better Than Ready. Nozi Tomazawa knows her well. He rode her first up last preparation when she was spec'd in the market. And I liked the early work she was able to do from the 7 to cross at Warwick first up. She had good tactical speed. She sat wide. She absorbed pressure. And she wouldn't lie down. She had a good chase to the winner, or leader, eventual winner, the one you tipped that day, which was Barbara, who was really good that day, sort of just, bounced, led, won, and was really hard to chase down on the day. We know it was hard to make ground, and she profiles really well for a half-mile horse. Look at her. She's quite athletic. She's not overly big. She's well-proportioned, and she just seems to be in a good mood. So good to see the market support for her. Yes, we need a little luck in running. I thought the 7 in Rock Me Mama as well with yourself because, A, it gets that nice soft draw. What are you hurrying me up for?
I'm not hurrying you along at all. There's the late mail, 12, 7, 9, and 1. We're about 3.5 minutes away from jump time, but there's still a bit of action at Scone, so we've just got to keep our wits about us.
So,
On top of things.
well, I'm getting conflicting messages from everyone. But Scone already, my late mail, 12.798. Let's get to Scone for their mounting yard for race number 2.
Thanks, Kian. We'll be back to you shortly. We've only got a few to get through here, starting with number 1, the Hanger Cat. They're in the yard and they'll go straight out. Braith Knock and Brett Kavanagh.
Well, he's a real winner, isn't he? He's
12.
from 23, back from a spell. Went for a break.
So that's good.
After finishing second to Durban, I think the forward shines on the car.
He's got an incredible record. He's run 10 from 23. First up today without a trial. He was a model of consistency last prep. I haven't got him in the mix, but it's not to say he couldn't run well.
Okay, there he is there. Now we'll jump over to 3 Rising, following the Hanger Cat around. Number 3 Rising, another one for Brett Kavanagh and Grant Buckley.
He's another one with a good win. Strike ratings, won 6 from 24. His latest run there at Wyong was very good, finishing 4th behind Wonder Each on the quick back up here. I think he can run a cheeky race.
Yeah, he looks a picture.
They're going to show the Scone first, I think. That's what they're going to do. Or maybe they'll show the paddock of Scone and then take us to the gates of Ipswich. Scone is raining.
Since good draw here has been placed on heavy and a soft winner as well.
Yeah, Ben knows her really well. He's been aboard this mare her past 2. She's a winner here in the past, and she's a mare in form and draws to get map favours, so she should be right in this.
Okay, Pete, what else have we got in there? Pride to follow number 8. Is 5 there, Long Rose Queen? No, what about number 7, Bodgy? He's there, number 7, Bodgy, Anna Roper and Paul Perry.
He's a 6-year-old by Epaulette. He's got plenty of race experience, 43 starts for 5 wins. He has won 3 times on heavy tracks, so this rain won't worry him one bit.
He's deep into his campaign. He's a horse that can mix his form, but he is capable when he puts his best foot forward, and he'll relish getting his toe in the ground.
8 Pride to follow, number 8, Braith Knock and Brett Kavanagh.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of hers. She's only had the 6 starts for 3 wins, and 2 of those wins have come here at Scone. I thought gave a good account of herself in much stronger grade at Rose Hill last start. We're not beaten all that far by Boston Rock.
She's a gorgeous filly to look at. Vice go on today for the first time. Only negative now is the inside barrier with the track being downgraded, but I think she's coming out of the right form race.
Okay, who's next there, Pete? We've got, there's Long Rose Queen up at the stalls, about to walk down the... in fact, the stablemates are walking down. Long Rose Queen and Super Extreme. There's Super Extreme, Mick.
Well, Super Extreme, we're going to have a look at this 6-year-old by Extreme Choice, coming back from a lengthy break, has had a number of trials leading in. He'll improve of whatever he shows us today.
Yeah, I liked his latest trial at Scone. He sat wide throughout. He was given a squeeze, responded really well. He's a horse that has been effective first up in the past. It's just a matter of if he lacks a little match practice here.
We'll show you Long Rose Queen before we go back to Ipswich.
Yeah, she's a nice mare. She's first up from a spell. She might find 1,000 metres a touch short, but she has won twice on soft tracks, and her trials leading in have been good.
She was flying last campaign. She won 4 races, and 2 of those were at Tab Highway level. She'll get back, but she's the run-on horse.
Okay, do we have a shot of Long Rose Queen? She's first up today, number 5. It was just coming down the hill following Super Extreme. Might have turned around and gone back. It's gone back. Let's go back to Ipswich. They're loading up.
Thanks for that, Greg. Yeah, loading process well underway here for the first. Your favourite is Want You, well supported, $3.90 into $2.70. Not many to load, Joycey. We'll head straight upstairs to Jared Wessel.
Awesome. Very good card of racing as well, each and every year. Now, the last one looks to have moved in here. Bloke by night, I think it might have been, and we're set to go race 1. First of 8 here at Ipswich. Want You is the heavily tried favourite. The lights on, we're set. Ready, gates open and they're racing now. She's got it away fairly from out wide, goes forward with the Gina, and then Denman Avenue trying to push through Bold T, and not far away also was Barathia, who's going up. Behind them Want You just sneaks back for some cover. They were followed by Mr. Playtime, Bloke by Night, Rock Me Mama last of all, coming up to the turn. Bold T on the inside with Barathia between horses. She's got it very wide. 2 lengths to Gina, followed by Denman Avenue, and then Katie Wisdom. Want You's going to get towards the outside in a moment. Then came Lope by Night, Mr. Playtime and Rock Me Mama. Bolty just in front. Baratheus trying hard from KT Wisdom, and also down the outside trying to finish off his one shoot. Bolty's got a good kick though, less than 100 to go. Flashing late, Mr. Playtime the inside, but Bolty's got it won. Bolty the top, he won the first. Photo second, KT Wisdom and Mr. Playtime. Mr. Playtime
One.
quite prominent. They were followed next in then by Barathea. Next over then nearer the inside, the Gina, followed by Lope by Night. Once she didn't finish it off from Denman Avenue, Rock Me Mama, and she's got it towards the end.
One in a photo at Ipswich, Bold T, Garnet Taylor, 12.70 and 3.40. And then they're lined up for the minors. Numbers to come there. Back here at Scone, $1.95 for Pride to Follow.
11 or
Here's
1?
our odds on favourite. This morning, Pride to Follow was $2.25. It's been backed into $1.95. Lonrose Queen was $3.80. It's now $3.60. $6.50 for the Hanger Cat. Number 1, it's drifted from $5.50, originally $4.40 when the markets first went up. And then Gold Lover at $9.50. It is out from 9 this morning. So that's the top 4 in betting. Then we get to Super Extreme. There's another one coming out now. Is it still in the yard? Hanger Cat. I think they were waiting for the jockey Braith knock. Yeah, so Hanger Cat hasn't moved out. And we might just get a shot, Pete, if you can, of Lonrose Queen, because she's first up today. And we just couldn't show you a shot of her. She turned around and went back to the stalls. But Cameron Crockett's got her down in the yard now. There is Lonrose Queen, the second favourite. And now into $3.10. $3.10, even money for Pride to Follow, and $3.10 for that mare, Lonrose Queen, as they go to the gates.
I've got her on top, Lonrose Queen. She's first up over 1,000 metres, and coming here to Scone today, I was a little bit worried about that being a touch short for her first up, but with all the rain that's fallen, it's going to feel like 1,100 metres here today. She's very effective on soft tracks, so I'm not worried about that. And I think with this rain continuing to fall, I think we're going to see these jockeys get to the outskirts of the track. Her trials leading in have been very sharp. She's a 4-time winner from 11 starts. 2 of those wins have been in highways, and I'm happy to go her way. Over 8, Pride to Follow, who comes up with an inside draw here, has won the 3 from 6. Unbeaten at Scone, 2 starts here for 2 wins. Now show good speed when 5th at Boston Rocks at Rosehill last start. Not beaten far in a pretty deep benchmark, 78. Super Extreme will probably need the runs, been off the scene a long time. Has won 2 from 4 first start, but has had a big gap between runs. And 4 Gold Lover was rewarded for consistency, winning their Corindai Lightning last time.
115.5, Frank.
Looks like a pretty good form for a
115.5.
race like this. 5, 8, 6 and 4.
8, 5, 2 and 6. I've gone the other way with Pride to Follow. I thought it was a race in 2 originally when we've started it off on a good track. I thought she had the advantage with an inside barrier here today. She was brilliant to win here 2 runs ago, and she came out of a very strong race behind Boston Rocks last start. Lonrose Queen is the run on there.
115.5
She's
and
done
9.
enough work at home. She's trailed up sharply, and the downgrade of the track probably helps her chances here today. The 2, which is Justin Reach, I thought he was the improver in the race. He worked home nicely first up at Warwick Farm behind Wonder Reach, who's won again since. And the 6, Super Extreme, first up after a long layoff, and was doing a very good job last preparation. 8, 5, 2 and 6.
Looks like we might have a late scratching here with the 2 Justin Reach. I see it's not in the market currently.
That is 2 to right. Justin Ridge is out. This didn't tell us about that one. But it is definitely out. And there are a couple later in the program, Mick, which we might just be able to clarify now. I think they were in the later races, maybe race 6 and 7. Race 6, number 2, Tycoon Charge was a late scratching. Race 6, number 2, Tycoon Charger. And race 7, number 8, Last Bid Liam. And number 13, Maramotti. They're both late scratchings in race 7. Last Bid Liam and Maramotti. And in race 8, there are no changes to the country championships. They're all there, the 14 of them. So Mel, $1.95 now, back into odds on for Pride to Follow with 3.10 Lonrose Queen.
Yeah, like I said, I thought it was a race in 2. I thought Pride to Follow probably had the advantage with an inside barrier. track. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be an advantage now. Just hoping that Brave can get off the fence up and running. Jockeys were keen to get to the middle of the track in race number 1, and you do find that they get out wider and wider as the day goes on, just looking for that better ground.
First race, we saw Carl Thierry come from a long way back and it headed back to the inside. It was sort of directed there because that was the only place it could go, but wider and wider as the day goes on.
I think so. We haven't worked a lot here on wet tracks, but we do find they get out a little bit.
Yeah, they do seem to keep, 3 or 4 horses off the inside anyway. And I guess with it only being race number 1, it was a fresh patch, even with all the rain that's fallen. So as that middle section of the track begins to chop up, I'm sure we'll see the riders looking to plot a wider course, particularly in the back half of the program.
Okay, 210, so it's back out again to 210, number 8. Pride to Follow, and now $3 Lonrose Queen. So there's been good support for Pride to Follow. There's been good late support for Lonrose Queen, and now the Hanger Cat is $7.50. It's $4.40 out to $8 back into $7.50. That's the first markets went up on Wednesday. $11 for number 6, which is Super Extreme. Loading well. Let's get up to Ben for the second. It's Pride to Follow running favourite in front of Lonrose Queen. Like Cameron Crockett and Chelsea Hillier on board. Goes in and we're set to jump here. Second out of Scone. Ready. Starter hits the button. They're racing now. He caught them in a great liner. Pride to Follow began in the second half of the field, but does start to bust a speeder. They're going forward in the early stages. Gold Lover with Rising, and then Pride to Follow now third. Elected a half away was Bodgy. The Hanger Cat caught out 3 wide. Lonrose Creed restrained her. She goes back to second last, just passed on the inside by Super Extreme. Approaching the turn with 600 metres left to go. Gold Lover led from Rising. The Hanger Cat's out 3 wide, and Pride to Follow sticks there with the insider. Then Bodgy, Lonrose Creed is out wide with cover, and Super Extreme is last past the 400. So Pride to Follow took the shortcut. Dash through took the lead from Rising. Super Extreme the inside, and here's Lonrose Queen. She's starting to build up the momentum out wide, and here she comes, Lonrose Queen with the big bounds. Lonrose Queen moved up to Pride to Follow, then Super Extreme, the Hanger Cat and Bodgy, but Lonrose Queen is off and gone. 100 metres left to go. She's opening up. There's no worries about the heavy track. And Lonrose Queen eased down, won by 2.5. Pride to Follow Bodgy. The Hanger Cat was next, and Super Extreme, followed by Rising with
That was 5. Frank.
Finished at the end. Yeah, she's too good for them. Lonrose Queen. The
4 was burnt out.
Number 5, Lonrose Queen. Cameron Crockett and Chelsea Hillier, 280 and 140. Beach number 8, Pride to Follow, $1.20, and it'll be Bodgy there for third, and a Raper and Paul Perry. Lonrose Queen, she's a dual race.
No, I think you were right, but the 4 was kicking good. The thing is, this is a very heavy ground, so that is one thing that you need to consider, that that will affect. This ground is heavy today. It's been drizzling, raining, whatever. So things are going to be a little dicey. Anyway, we'll take a look at what happened in the Ipswich. So 9 was the favorite with the outer drift. That did not happen. What happened is the best horses, they got through, out of which 1 was in very good hand, and it was one of the best horses. It was a maiden race, so 1 got through. We spoke about 1. It was a maiden, and I stepped out just to check what happens. I mean, that's the reason I generally step out from the first race, because it's the first one, and things might go anyway. But that's what happened. If we look through that stuff, then 1 comes in. Second is 8, but they're like drifting 60%. They lost. 5 came in. 7 and 2 are the next ones, but they're drifting. This was a filly which did not work, but 15 got in, and then lastly 9 got in with the drift. So that's what happened. The best horse won. That's all. The best one actually won. The best one in best hand won. It's a maiden race. We'll take a look at the next one. What's happening? 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. 3, 2, 1, and 13. Right, this is what I have. So it's the same distance, 800 meters. This one was 800 meters. That was a maiden. This is a maiden. So what happened here is this thing worked. Okay. Here, that 3 is the favorite. So ideally, that should have been the favorite. It did not. It wasn't the favorite. Here, this one should have been the favorite. It wasn't the favorite. Here, the 3 is the favorite. And if we look at the same metrics, that's what it is. In good hands. This one was good. This one was in good hands. And one of the best horses. Here, it is in good hands. And one of the best. One of the best. The next is 2, which is a neutral, which is there in the second favorite. Will it get in? It might. Neutrals get in. They cannot. They generally do not win, but they do get a place. But the other problem is here, the number 8, which is the second one. These two are drifts. So if we have to consider drifts, then we'll have to look at how things might work. because 12 is the highest drift, but they are also like that. Not a good hand. Even for that matter, 8 is also like that. So things that might happen. That
to go around in the last race of the day, and that'll be our biggest field of the day. Just speaking to a couple of the senior jocks, and those holes are filling up with water as it was raining through those first couple of races, but the rain is starting to ease off, and behind this is clear sky.
I'm really sorry. My systems are getting into a little trouble of late. I did a thorough checkup of this, but still I am facing a lot of problems. It is probably something that I still haven't figured out what's going on, but there's something not right with my systems. It is getting shut down automatically, and I do not know why it is happening. This is very unfortunate, and I am really sorry about this experience. This is not what is desired. It's a technical glitch somewhere that I have not been able to identify. I've been racing constantly for the last 5-6 days. I had a few technicians come up and check, but I think that problem is still persisting. I am really sorry for this, but if we get disconnected, I'll definitely get back. I'll definitely restart the system and come back. But very sorry about this. Very, very sorry about this. What happened? Anyway, we were discussing about the race number 2 at Ipswich, if that hasn't played already. No, it hasn't played. So yeah, we were talking about this, and the 2 is the neutral, 3 is the favorite. Ideally 3 should win, because in the last race that's exactly what happened. The 1 went through with the best hand and the best horse. Here it is the best horse, the best hand. We'll see what happens. I'm going to be back in a jiffy. I'll just take a quick look at what's going on and be back.
Run on the 1st of March. Finished 4th at Newcastle behind Medney. Only beaten a length. She's got good speed.
Yeah, she's been improving each time she steps out. She'll be right up on top of the speed here, and she should appreciate the drop back in grade today.
Okay, Mick, what are your numbers?
4, 3, 1 and 8, putting Fortissimo on top from the Massaro Gavranich stable. Aaron Bullock on board. Had 2 trials this preparation. I thought the latest trial was very good behind Zakor over the 1,000 metres, finishing second there. They ran reasonable time. He looks pretty relaxed in the yard. Buckeye coming off that good run late last year behind the Playwright, finishing 6th in town there at Rose Hill. The trials have been encouraging. 1 Splash of Steel, bouncing around the yard, looks ready to get on with the job. Placed behind Karinska at Canterbury at last start. And 8 Stormy Rain, best of the rest, 4, 3, 1 and 8.
3, 4, 1 and 8, gone the other way with Buckeye. Liked both of his trials. He's drawn the middle here, and he did a really good job on debut at Rose Hill behind the Playwright. Had to elevate Fortissimo up out of the yard. He's such an athletic gelding. I think he'll skip across the heavy ground here today. Top weight Splash of Steel will appreciate the drop back in grade. He possesses plenty of fitness with 2 solid runs under his belt, and the 8 Stormy Rain, best of the rest. 3, 4, 1 and 8.
On Wednesday, they went up 440, was straight into 360. It's now into 250. Fortissimo, it's been best back right through the week. Number 3, Buckeye, went up $2.50, favourite with Tab. It's got out today to be $3.30. And $6 for number 1, Splash of Steel. It was 6 into 460, back out to 6. Number 8 is Stormy Rain. It's out to $8. Now, the going to the gates, we'll keep an eye on them at Ipswich, where they're in the yard. Here's a quick yard.
Race 2 at Ipswich. We stay at the 800 metres. It's a maiden plate. Cool, Bruce. First horse we have a look at, Joycey, the Brown stable there at Warwick, and Michael Hellier to do the steering.
Wasn't too bad. First up, chasing home Bernard Flash at Toowoomba, was beaten comfortably, but strong right through the line. He's got a lovely soft gate. He won't be far off.
Chuck Demore is the 2. Mark Duplessis, Tina Kotsiopoulos, barrier 1.
Yeah, drawing the fence. 4 starts here for 3 placings. Very good last start behind Hidden Nugget. Hidden Nugget's cracked that form, winning again. Into that inside draw, he should be there for a long, long way.
Tony Gollan has the favourite here. This is the 3, Spartus, Ange Jones.
He should just win this race. The market suggests that. The city run, first up for the stable, was terrific. He was on speed. He was ridden aggressive.
Azhar, welcome back, Azhar.
Late. That was over 1100, taken back to 800. Might be just leading, which he should.
It's a little bit of a dude in the yard. Those colts, they're thick under their jowl. And that's what he did first up. He went so hard, they restricted, but he's only got to go half a mile. All right, moving on. I just had to voice it. Venomex is the 7, Joycey. Adam Saw with a tongue tie for Laura Anderson.
Led and boxed on well in a Gold Coast trial. Morganite came through that heat. Morganite came out and won well at the races the other day at
Desert.
So the format of that trial looks good. She's a 5-year-old for a start. It's hard to make confidence.
Zimbara is the 8. She's tried up nicely on the dirt there at Eagle Farm, thanks to Cyclone Alfred. Siobhan Rutledge rides for Darren Bell to cross over near Musgrove.
Yeah, she's done nothing from 6 career starts, but the trial on the dirt was really good. I'll put her in the numbers as a result of that because she's got a soft gait. She showed good speed.
Dakey Tudor has... No, he doesn't. That is a scratching. Good old school drop-off got me again, Joycey. Mr. Hendley is the 12. James Moore has its 2nd race start today.
I didn't think trialled that well, but went to Gimpy as an even money favourite, but didn't do anything there. So at this stage, we'll stay around him.
Leanne Hartley has the 13 times 11. Daniel McGilvray, the blinkers and tongue tie on for the first time.
She could perhaps improve. She trialled okay for Brett Kavanagh, but she never showed that at the races. She's had a stable change. The blinkers go on. The tongue tie goes on, as you mentioned. No trial up here, but look, she might jump and run.
Yeah, I think the tongue tie key gear change there. And Michael Nolan has the 14 Love Towards CJ Graham.
Wasn't too bad first up when Big Odds was caught wide, but still probably didn't do enough.
1 and 14.
Rightio, back to Ipswich later. That's the yard. They're over at the back of the gates here, and more money coming for Fortissimo into $2.20 now. So $2.60 into $2.20 just in the last couple of minutes. Buckeye's got out to $3.50 from $3.10 just a few minutes ago, and Splash of Steel is now $6.50. It's staying steady. Stormy Rain is now $8 and $13 for Brava Latente. Repeating your selections in this third race.
Yeah, I'm 3, 4, 1 and 8. I've gone the other way with Buckeye. He's been trialling on the metro tracks and been trialling up well. He's drawn the middle, so he should be able to get to the right part of the track here. And he wasn't just raced at Rosehill last preparation behind the Playwright, where he was beaten 2.5 lengths. I was so impressed with the parade of our now favourite Fortissimo. I think he'll skip across the ground. He's trialled up nicely. Splash of Steel possesses plenty of fitness and comes back in grade. And I've included the 8, Stormy Rain. 3, 4, 1 and 8.
Yeah, I thought Fortissimo was one of the better bets on the program. He's lovely and relaxed, given he's only having his first start in a race today. He's just standing down there behind the gates like a lamb, just having a little bit of a look around. Aaron Bullock keeping him nice and calm. I like the fact he was pushed out in his latest trial to find the line. Buckeye looms as the main danger. Splash of Steel was buzzed up in the yard, and Stormy Rain off the inside draw can run a race 4, 3, 1 and 8.
220, 350 about the top two. Fortissimo and Buckeye. It's Country Championship day here. We started on a good 4. Well, actually, when we arrived, it was a good 4. They ran the first on a soft 6 officially, but by the time they ran the first, it was a heavy 8. So I think they would have downgraded it retrospective to the first to a heavy 8. And then we got the second run as a heavy 10, which we are now on officially and would remain so for the rest of the day. Country Championships, the last of the day with 16 runners. The remainder of the day until the last, not huge fields, but it is quite heavy out there. Those holes that they made in race number 1 and race 2 are filling up with water and making things tricky. It didn't stop Lonrose Queen in the second. She loved it. All All right, let's get up to Ben Hall for race 2. 2:15, Fortissimo runs the favourite. We're just about ready. They're off. Fortissimo out wide, left with.
So welcome back, Frank. I'm really sorry about what happened. There's something not right in my network within the system, Frank.
Between runners. Next over on the inside was
I've not been able to figure out what's going on.
Next Stormy Rain on the inside, being passed by Bravo Lontante. Splash of Steel settles down last, 600 metres left to go. Thrilling Venture led to the Turner. Out by 2 Buckeye, third Maiden Perler. Fortissimo's out deep on the track, but there's no disadvantage being there. Then came Bravo Latonte. Dame Schwarzkopf is trying to take the shortcut. Splash of Steel's out wide, and then came Stormy Rain. 300 metres left to go. Thrilling Venture in front, 2 lengths clear. Buckeye's knuckling down now on the outside, and here's Fortissimo. And Splash of Steel down the outside, inside the 200 though. Thrilling Venture tackled by Buckeye. Fortissimo, out wide Splash of Steel. Buckeye and Fortissimo neck and neck down the straight. Fortissimo's just doing the better and might have just wider. Fortissimo from Buckeye and Splash of Steel. A break to Stormy Rain. Set at Ipswich. Started at the top of the ladder. Spartus runs the odds-on favourite at $1.40. Red light on. Stand by. Mr. Henley just...
Boom! Right.
They're off at Lancing now. Zimbara just seemed to leap in the air a fraction when the gates open. Driving through there, Spartus is going towards the front. Sharp to more up the rail and wide around. Love to Walls trying to join in as well. They were followed by recovering to fourth there, Zimbara from Cool Bruce. And then came Venomex, 2 further back in the field, 2 towards the end. We had Times 11 and Mr. Hanley last of all. Spartus up to the bend, leads out by 3/4. Sharp to more chasing in second. 3 lengths away, Love to Wall. And then came Zimbara and Cool Bruce headed the rest, but she goes for this leader Spartus now, who extended away 2 lengths. Sharp Demore is trying to stick on, then Zimbara from Love to Wall, but Spartus below the 75's going well, the favourite, and Spartus is going to pull clear, win it easily by 3 lengths on the line, beat Sharp Demore. So the favourites 1-2. Third in then was Zimbara, followed by Love to Wall, Cool Bruce. Further back to Mr. Handley, and then came towards the end. We had Times 11 and Venomex, one of the last 2 complete the course.
3-2.
3, 2, 8 and 14 Spartus under Ange Jones for Tony Gollan. He's really learning his craft now. Back to the half mile was...
All right, I was talking about that 8, and I did not even realize that we got disconnected. So if we look at what happened in the first one, the best horse won. That was 1 in good hands. Here it is 3. 8 was the EW, which got in, and 2 was the neutral, which also got in. So the 2 got a place, and the 8... 3, 9, 11, 14, 15. Four, 1, 6, 12.
A favour.
What was that, Cow?
So can you send Ange straight out there for an interview
That's a good idea.
before you do your post-race interview?
Great idea. Now,
See what happens.
when we were looking at this horse in the yard, you're making a point about the colt and his neck.
Yeah, they get really thick. They're thick under the jowl.
You don't like it?
Not if they want to rip his hair.
Okay.
Yeah, they're really good candidates to choke down if they do that. But coming back in trip allows him to roll along more freely. He didn't have pressure. He relaxed under Ange's hands, and everything was perfect there.
All right, and Ange did trial this horse. They've run 45-7-8. They've come home in 33-1-6. Margins were 2 3/4. I was close within 3 lengths. And it was a dominant victory for a short price favourite. So Spartus gets punters back on track, Kian, and we'll have a quick chat to Ange when she comes up.
Surely that warrants a track upgrade? Perhaps.
See the stewards.
I know they can break 33 here, but... Oh, he's a good representative. Love the Gollan team. I'll let you chat to your favourite.
We want you over here, Ange, if that's all right. We're going to give the rep a day off. But this horse, shortest price favourite of the day, got the job done. What have you been doing with this horse at home?
Not too much. I think Tony's just freshened him up, obviously back in trip, but he's a cheeky little thing. And I wish I'd just kept flogging him through the line because he still had a lot of cheek even coming home.
He won by 3 lengths, and look, he had them covered, but he trialled really well, I think, for you. You got him out of the gates quickly, and then at the races at Doomben, he just probably didn't quite see out a tough 11, back to 8 suited.
Yeah, I'd say we'll get that trip in future. Just first up, he probably was a little bit soft late, but he definitely went through the line quite well then to suggest he's just going to go on with it and get further.
Now, we're talking about you getting horses out of the gates quickly, but also getting to relax quickly. Is there any secret to that, or are you just that good?
No, you just yar him out of the gates.
Yarring is the secret, right? I mean, you keep yarring and keep riding winners.
Thank you.
Yarring them, Kian. That's all you've got to do. Yar them.
Yar him, sool him. Kss.
She's got it all worked out, doesn't she?
She's got it all worked out. She's a horsewoman. 3 beats 2, 8 and 14 after the running of the second here at Ipswich.
Right, this is the third one here at Ipswich, and that 4 is the favorite. 4 is the linear. It's a 1100 meter. That's the linear. If we, it's well within the rails. It's well within the rails. There's no problem on that. Now, if we look through the rails, we've got 4, 5, and 13. 13 is there within the rails. It's the first one there. It's in very good hands. It's also in very good hands, that 13. So 13, the question is whether 4 will win or not. The 4 is the linear, and it is in good hand. It's the linear, 1100 meter. Pressure is adequate. It's one of the top torques. Should get through. Now, what are the other possibilities that might happen? See, out of these two, I think 13 is going to get in. 13 will get in a third position, or that's probably a third position. The second position could be this is the other drift, which is there, number 2. It is the other other linear. This is not within the rails, so this cannot win. this cannot win, but this is very much there. The other thing is if we look at the pressure points and possibilities, this 10 is a neutral, so the neutrals do not win, but they do get in. So even if we 1100 meters, so that's the best jockey, one of the best jockeys will get through. So 2 5 is also a neutral. It's a 4-year-old mare in very good hands. Let's just it's a little complicated, this races, but 4 is in good hands. It's a linear. The 13 could be a third horse pool. The 13 could be a third horse pool. It's not a second one, but it's a third one. It's not the second, but it'll get a third one through the rails, because it is there, very much there within the rails. The 8 could have gotten it. It has a lot of advantage. It's a 3-year-old gelding, but it lacks this side of the rails. So if we take a look at about this, then possibilities are this drift is getting in. So 4, 5, 13 is a possibility. 4, 5, 13 is a possibility, but 4 should win. The rest is absolutely, it is about a chance, because the team has to work on this. If the team doesn't work, then they're drifting teams. 7 is in very good hands, but it's in neutral and it's far from the rails. It is difficult. One of the drifts, this is one drift, which is 12, which is good. And that's there. It's a 4-year-old mare. The advantage is huge here. The jockey is also good. So, but the 13 is there. 13 is probably a third horse pool. We'll see what kind of money is there on third horse pool. It's them. There's a problem with their camera or something.
Saturday sees the running of the Golden Slipper Group 1 2-year-old diving with speed map, and the Golden Slipper speed map is always important, even more so this year. So as you can see by this layout, there's a lot of pressure on the get-go. So touching on the horses that are likely to lead, I think North England, where he's drawn, he'll go straight to the front. Devil Knight, sort of close by to Blue Diamond. He won't be too far away. And you've got Belazane, who is a fast filly in her own right. I don't think she's got any other option but to use her natural brilliance. We're talking about a filly that was on speed over 1,000 metres, so they'll carve across and might even end up in front of North England. So we'll see how that plays out. Now, just in behind, I think is the sweet spot. Golden Slipper history tells you that you don't want to be too far back. In the past 15 runnings of the Golden Slipper, only 2 horses have settled further back than midfield. Both those winners were on wet tracks, and both of them cut the corner. So looking at those with that right position, you've got Skyhook on the quick backup. Mahuna shouldn't have too much trouble crossing those immediate 5 runners from her inside to find the front at some point before this wave comes across to give her some cover. Wotan, I know there is a sentiment that they're going to ride him a touch more conservative, but I don't think I'll hate barrier 2. He's a horse that has got some gate speed, and I do think he can get across Tempted in the early stages. Looking at touch wider, it's a little bit sticky for Military Tycoon. Hard horse to assess on form and speed because we've only seen it twice, and it was both Flemington and both over 1,000 metres. Spinning around, you've got Western Swindon, who is here of a little setback, but he gets a nice position just forward of midfield. Tempted, a nice gate for her, barrier 1. I know it's easy to peg her at a back marker. You go to her debut where she drew a gate and she wasn't far away over 1,000 metres. So that just gives Blake Shin the chance to smoke the pipe towards inside, get the back of Wotan, and she will be hard running on hard late. You know, she's a quality filly, and the market is reflective of her chances. Rivalina, I think they'd like to be closer, and maybe they can hold a spot outside of Tempted. How this track is playing come later in the card there at Rosehill might be detrimental in terms of where these runners want to be. Hugh Bowman does the riding, you've got quite the arrogant type of start, really sticky.
Just select the adapter, right click on it, then go to property, and then go to power management. And check this option. Allow the computer to turn off device to save power. You have to uncheck this option. Then hit OK. And exit out this device manager. Now check if it is working or not. If it is not working, then go for next method. For this method, you have to go to menu option. Just click on the start button. And then go to settings. And here, just go to system settings. Now tap on, click on power and click. Then go to additional power settings. On this page, you will find different power plans for your Windows 10. Now you have to see which plan is selected. It may be balance or high performance. Whatever plan is selected, just click on change plan setting, next page. And then go to change advanced power setting. Here you have to find a wireless adapter settings and expand this option and expand power saving mode. Now select the maximum performance for battery and plug in both options. You have to select maximum performance. Whether your Windows 10 is running after that, I think anytime basically train of batting to go for no. This is
Race number 4 here at Scone. Heavy 10, the conditions after plenty of rain fell right throughout the morning. But the good news is it has stopped and the radar shows there's very little behind it. Antilla Capra number 8 is the favourite. Now 280 was 260 this morning. Late scratchings here of 10 Gustav and 12 Girly Pop, along with number 13 Just Jackie, who was out this morning. So we've got 9 there. And let's start with New Pharaoh. Break knock on for Brett Kavanagh.
Yeah, he's a lovely big strong fellow, 4-year-old by American Pharaoh. He's had 7 starts for a win and 3 minor placings. That victory coming last start at Tamworth, and I thought it was a really gutsy effort. He had the 60 kilos that day and he dug deep to beat Zoomorphic. Strikes a heavy track today, which is a little bit of a query.
He's always been a good type in a mounting yard. He can take confidence off his maiden win last start at Tamworth. Just needs to take the next step here today.
Number 2, Tough Case, Schmidt Stableford on for Jeremy Sylvester.
Well, I've been waiting for this fellow to find 1,400 metres on a wet track, and he gets that today. Last time out there at Musselbrook on the soft ride track, I thought he was pretty good over the 1280. He was only beaten 2.5 lengths by a pound of salt in a pretty deep benchmark 58. So expect him to run well at odds.
I didn't have him anywhere in the mix this morning, but you could definitely find a spot for him now that we've had this track downgrade. He loves getting his toe in the ground. 6 of his 7 wins have been on rain-affected ground.
Here's Mellencamp, a $7.50 chance, Michaela Weir and Alan Boyle.
You know you're going to get a great run for your money. He's generally right up on top of the speed. He boxed on bravely at Musselbrook last time out, went second behind it, a little bit flash. It was a lovely run race, so he was entitled to kick on well. He's had 4 days on heavy tracks for no placings, which is a bit of a concern.
He's been mixing his distances, his preparation. He just over-raced a little bit off the slow tempo last start at Musselbrook, but thought he flattered on quite nicely. He tries to get Matt favours.
Tillamar, number 4, Jake Tracy Holmes and Carlos Antonio is a $15 chance.
Well, he ran his rivals ragged there at Dubbo last time out. He went straight to the front. He ran along at a decent clip and they just couldn't reel him in, defeating Alpine Candy by almost a length and a half. I think that win will have given him plenty of confidence.
He's won 2 from his past 3. He just run out 2,000 2 runs ago. He's back to 1,400 here today from the mile last start, and he'll make his own luck up on speed.
Bad Boy McCoy, number 5, Rochelle Small on for Jan Bowen.
I know Mel's making a good case for this fellow at odds. He was placed at Dubbo last time out behind it, Rouge Moulin. This is the kind of race where he could be effective.
Yeah, I just want to follow him. I had the run last start at Dubbo behind Rouge Moulin. Of course, he went on to be placed in the country championship qualifier at Canamble. He's on hard horse to catch, but if he can reproduce what he did last start, what do you go for the odds at 20 to 1?
Call me Terry, number 6, Will Stanley, Cameron Crocker.
Gave a good side at Tamworth last start when finishing 4th behind Ferrazano, was up on top of the speed, and I thought he fought on bravely. He's a heavy track winner.
Yeah, he's the big improver for mine. He's had 2 solid runs back. Things didn't really go right for him last start at Tamworth. He was taken on a long way from home. He gets the inside gate today and he loves getting his toe in.
Here's another one for Carlos Antonio, time ruler number 7, Aaron Bullock.
He's another one that likes to get his toe into the ground. He's had the 34 starts for 4 wins and 5 minor placings, and although he can sometimes mix his form, he's at his very best when we're dealing with wet tracks. So he jumped the rider there at Tamworth last start, but he can get back on track here with Aaron Bullock in the saddle.
I just find him a hard horse to catch. He'd been leading and weakening badly prior to his last start effort, so I'd be happy to bypass him today.
Antillo Capra, number 8, is the favourite now, $2.70 for Mitchell Bell and Rod Northam.
Was sent out a $1.28 favourite when winning a 1,200 metre maiden here. First up from a spell. I thought it was a really good performance. Wet track breeds, form breeds okay, and I think stepping out to the 7 furlongs today is in her favour.
I agree. I think she'll relish getting to 1,400 metres here today. She was a class above when breaking her maiden here last start. She's a real racy filly, and she'll relish getting a toe in, I would think.
Not surprising, there's a firm for Ballanderry, Sal number 9, with his heavy 10 downgrade. Grant Buckley on for Rod Northam.
Yeah, I'm keen on her today. She had no luck whatsoever at Tamworth last start, running into plenty of dead ends when finishing sixth behind Ferrozano. I was happy to put her on top when we're dealing with a good track. I'm getting even more confident now that the rain's come.
Yeah, I agree, Mick. She was desperately unlucky at Tamworth last start. I know she was beaten 4 lengths, but she should have finished much closer. Prior to that, she resented being back towards the inside at Canterbury. She'll appreciate some galloping room on the big track today.
Dipio Domenico, number 11, Sienna Grimer, and Robert Knight down from Armadale.
You'd think he'd be on top of his game, third run back from a spell. I thought it was just an even effort at Koondai last start when beaten 3.5 lengths by To Be Frank. I thought others had stronger claims.
Yeah, he should be at the peak of his condition today, third up into the campaign, but this race looks too strong for mine.
Okay, let's look at them. For race number 4, it's a Newgate Country Boosted benchmark 58, 1,400 metres. There's a couple of big chances in the slipper tomorrow, Newgate. $2.70 for Entilla Capra, $4.20 now for New Pharaoh, and $4.40 for Ballandary Sal. Then it's out to $9.50 for Mellencamp. Entilla Capra has been very solid, $2.60 out to $2.80 now, $2.70, $4.20 for New Pharaoh's been fairly steady as well, and Ballandary Sal in from $5.50 to $4.40. After the downgrade of the track. They're the top 3 in betting. Here's the Mounting Yard mail.
I'm going to go 9, 1, 8 and 7. Pretty keen on Ballandary Sal. She's had a handful of runs back from a spell now, and she shouldn't want on the score of fitness, and she's going to get back. But I don't think that's a huge concern today.
Frank won. Best of luck, my friend.
Big, strong fellow. At Tamworth last start, taking out that Super Maiden. Goes up to 61 kilos today, and there's a query on the heavy track. 8 Antilla Capra was a nice maiden winner here over the 1,200 metres last start, trained by Rod Northern. Gets out to 1,400 today, which is a positive, and 7-time ruler will love the slot. 9, 1, 8 and 7.
5, 8, 6 and 9. I might have read this race completely wrong. Bad Boy McCoy is right out to $26 now, but just really think he can reproduce his last start effort at Dubbo. It'd be good enough to hold him in good stead for a race like this. He's a horse that bobs up in these types of races. He doesn't mind getting his toe in the ground. He's well placed with the playing for Shell Small. The 8 Antilla Capra was one of the standouts for mine from the yard. She's a beautiful athletic filly, and she looks progressive. It wouldn't surprise me to see her win again here today. Call Me Terry at the peak of his condition now, third up into the campaign. Things didn't go right for him at Tamworth last start. And Ballandary Sal, likewise, she comes out of the same race as Call Me Terry, run into plenty of dead ends. She's the improver from the wide gate. I think she'll get plenty of galloping room, and that will play into her favour. 5, 8, 6 and 9.
Yeah, and she keeps firming too. She's in 380 now. So since Mick and Melinda gave you the Mounting Yard mail, it has been 440 into 380 just in that last 90 seconds or so. Antilla Capra, though, has remained very solid around that 280, 270 mark. So while Ballandary Sal comes in, they're certainly not pushing Antilla Capra out. New Pharaoh's the one that's getting out now. It's back out to $4.60. $11 for number 3, Mellencamp. So all these others are getting out. Time Rule is $13. $15 for Call Me Terry. $21 for Antillamar. And 26 for number 5, Bad Boy McCoy. 270 Antilla Capra. It'll run favourite. Ballandary Sal, the best backed, and New Pharaoh's at 460. So let's get up to Ben now for race number 4 here on a heavy 10 at Scone on Evergreen Turf Country Championship Day. That'll be the last race 8 coming up with a field of 16 at 5:34. Here's the last leg of the early quaddie. Set, and there's some rocking and rolling going on at the gate. So we've got a horse who has decided to sit down at the gates. All happening here this afternoon. $2.70, number 8, Antilla Capra, lightly raced galloper, Rod Northern Mitch Bell, and the stablemate's been best backed here, Ballandary Sal, $5.50 to $3.80. The Ballandary Sal over this distance has only had 3 starts, hasn't been placed yet. But Tamworth last time out, it's only been 4 lengths over the 1,400 metres. Been fitted today. And just standing by, more news coming through here. So, number 1 is it? Standing by.
New Pharaoh is a late scratch. Your vet's advice, please take note. So New Pharaoh, a late scratching 301 on vet's advice. And that will join the late scratching of Artillamar. So load away here. And also the other late scratching, Girling Pop number 12, came out earlier today. All right, so Ballanderi Sal to come forward. Angelo Capra is about to come in. And the two late scratchings, New Pharaoh number 1 and Tillamar number 4. 5 colours on tough case here, Mitch Stableford. And we run 1,400 metres. And we're just about set. Set for action, race 4. Ready to jump. Signal. The starter hits the button. He caught them in a perfect liner. Call Me Terry off the inside was well into stride with going forward Time Ruler, Bellenkamp and Bad Boy McCoy. Tough case out deep being restrained, passed by the favourite Angelo Capra. Then came to Pierre Domenico over on the inside, and Ballanderi Sal is 3 wide at the tail of the field. They stride to the top of the track. Bellenkamp by 2, Call Me Terry. 2 lengths away, Time Ruler third on the inside of Angelo Capra, who now gets into a good spot fourth. 2 lengths Bad Boy McCoy, then Tough Case 3 wide around that top turner. Pierre Domenico's over on the rail, and Ballanderi Sal can see the ball down to the 900er. And Bellenkamp led by 2, Call Me Terry. A length and a half away, third was Time Ruler. A length and a half, Bad Boy McCoy on the inside from the speed. Then came Angelo Capra, Ballanderi Sal, about 5 off the lead and starting to creep forward. Then came Tough Case, and last to Pierre Domenico. Down to the turn, 450 left to run. It's Bellenkamp, the leader by 2, Call Me Terry, Bad Boy McCoy. Time Ruler to the outside with the 2 favourites now starting to come home together out wider. Ballanderi Sal and Angelo Capra. 250 metres left to go. Bellenkamp just in front, but Ballanderi Sal, big striding mare on the outside. She put bait to them quickly. 200 metres left to go now. Ballanderi Sal narrowly. Call Me Terry on the inside's not going down without a fight though. Ballanderi Sal, Call Me Terry, they pair off inside the 50, but Ballanderi Sal will just win it. Ballanderi Sal beat Call Me Terry. Angelo Capra, Tough Case flashed home at the end. Then came Time Ruler.
6.
Bellenkamp got tied. Bad Boy McCoy. And one of the last ones was to Pierre Domenico. He still got it. Graham Buckley. Right down the outside from last. He took off a fair way from home, but he had the right horse underneath him, Ballanderi Sal. Now she comes into $3.30 and $1.30 at the tote. Call Me Terry $2.50 and Angelo Capra pays $1.
999. Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
The deductions, New Pharaoh, 15 cents the win and 13 cents the place. And then Tillimar was 6 cents the win and 7 cents the place. So 21 and 20 cents. 21 and 20. The win and place deductions at the gates. There were 2 other late scratchings earlier.
Okay, so we'll take a quick look at what's happening here at Ipswich. I got a little disoriented, but I'm sorry about that. Anyway, so that 4 is the favorite, 4 is the linear. It's in very good hands. Okay. Now, if we look at the rails, then we get this 8 and 13. 13 is from gate number 10, but 8 is okay. 8 is okay, and 8 is placed right below the linear. If we look at the handicapping, 8 is here with a lot of advantage. That horse has a lot of advantage. It has performance. It has it's a BB. So 4 is a BB. It's in good hands. It's the linear. It should win. 8 is the next one. I'm going to try a 4 and 8 Queen on this one. The track is playing good, so I'll take a chance. But that's the difference between 13 and 8 is this, that 13 has a better team. So, through the rails, 13 has more advantage than 8. But it's a 1100 meter and it's a 3-year-old gelding, and the advantage is more. The advantage on handicapping is more on 8. So possibilities are, it is going to be either 13 or 4. 13 probably is there in some form or way. I don't know. My if I go with the people, I should go with 13, but I'll go with the numbers. Let's for a moment think that they're going to play fair, and this thing is there in that arrangement where we have a lot of advantage going on with this particular horse, and this is generally an EW position. So I am very keen on going with 4 and 8 unless they get tailed. Any of those getting tailed, I will not get into it. The other thing that needs to be taken a look at is that 2. The 2 is the second linear, which is very good. The 2 is there, but 4 is better. The 4 is better. The thing is, this might be like this, that 4, then the advantage, and then probably we get either 1 or 6. If we look at 1 and 6, 1 should be getting it. So 4, 8, 1 should be a try. But I'm not going to go that far. I'm going to go 4 and 8. Four and 8. Yes, Lewis. Hey, 4 won or win? Ipswich third now. Not yet.
He's come back good.
What I love about him as a racehorse prospect as well, which is what we're talking, we're not talking show jumping, are we? He's tenacious. He doesn't like to be headed.
No, he's a fighter. He's in there for the long haul, and honestly, that's the best part about him.
Now things going at Deegan.
No, it's coming along nicely. Like, he's up on the sunny coast at the moment with Ryan and the gang. But no, it's going good there.
How's my little man for high calibre, Mr. Democrat?
4-1. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'll check him out, considering
I was late.
Streets rather away. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, doing a great job there with the Deegan base for Jack Bruce. He's obviously got the Deegan base and the Sunny Coast base. It's really
Man, I got a little disoriented with the entire the thing that is happening here. I was I'm sorry about that, but 4 looked very well. Anyway, 4 actually won. 4 I couldn't place my bets. 4, 12, 2 and 5. 4, 12, 2 and 5.
I reckon they paid a bit for him. He was in for a long time, obviously never made the races, but since he's come to Queensland, he's starting to enjoy himself.
You've got to iron out those idiots, Josie.
All right, Jan, 4, 12, 2 and 5. Busy finish. Unlucky runner number 2, a lot of booty. That takes us away from the third at Ipswich.
We shouldn't get disconnected any further. Three, 4, 9, 11. Yeah, there's some problem there also with the timings, I think. So if we look at to what happened at Ipswich, those neutrals did not get in. Okay, the neutrals did not get in. Whether they're good team, bad team, ugly team, the neutrals did not get in here at Ipswich. 4 got through, 12 with the drift, which was there. It was also a good horse. 5 was also the drift, and 2 got through. That was the other linear. 1 and 6, they did not work. And I was about to place.
It's 4. Ready to jump. Signal. Starter hits the button. He caught them in a perfect liner. Corby Terry off the inside was well into stride with going forward Time Ruler, Bellet Camp and Bad Boy McCoy. Tough Case out deep being restrained, passed by the favourite Antelope Capra. Then came Depere Domenico over on the inside and Ballandary Sellers 3 wide at the tail of the field. They stride to the top of the track. Bellet Camp by 2, Corby Terry. 2 lengths away, Time Ruler third on the inside of Antelope Capra, who now gets into a good spot fourth. 2 lengths Bad Boy McCoy, then Tough Case 3 wide around that top turner. Depere Domenico's over on the rail and Ballandary Sal can see the ball down to the 900er. And Bellencamp led by 2, Corby Terry. A length and a half away, third was Time Ruler. A length and a half, Bad Boy McCoy on the inside from the speed. Then came Antelope Capra, Ballandary Sal, about 5 off the lead and starting to creep forward. Then came Tough Case and last Depere Domenico. Down to the turn, 450 left to run. It's Bellencamp the leader by 2, Corby Terry, Bad Boy McCoy. Time Ruler to the outside with the 2 favourites now starting to come home together out wider. Ballandary Sal and Antelope Capra. 250 metres left to go. Bellencamp just in front, but Ballandary Sal, big striding mare on the outside. She put both of them quickly. 200 metres left to go now. Ballandary Sal narrowly. Corby Terry on the inside's not going down without a fight though. Ballandary Sal, Corby Terry, they pair off inside the 50, but Ballandary Sal will just win it. Ballandary Sal beat Corby Terry. Antelope Capra, Tough Case flashed home at the end. Then came Time Ruler, Bellencamp got tied, Bad Boy McCoy, and one of the last ones was Depere Domenico.
Right, this man didn't have the best of luck at Tamworth today, but she was in the last start. Sorry, but she was in the clear today.
Yeah, no, she got plenty of room. Yeah, that's what I said to Bucko. I said, last 3 starts, she hasn't had a clear crack. I said, just make sure she gets a clear crack in the straight. She loves the wet track. She's been going well. She's just been luckless with barriers and sort of running into trouble like last start. And she's won 3 races, but 1 got taken off at here.
Yeah, Mick and I were just discussing that. What actually happened with that? That was a non-race, was it?
It was apparently a non-race. I'm not going to say too much, but but anyway, she's won today. Owners, great bunch of owners. They're wrapped, and hope she can kick on and win a few more.
What do you do with her now?
Oh, look, we'll just we'll have a look. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure whether we wait for a Highland to come back. I think it's a 1400 class 3. Whether we give her another shot down there, or whether we just try and win some races. Thank you.
Well, she's a lovely man who's been racing without luck. We gave her plenty of room to move to. Yeah, that was the main thing. She had 50 half in the back, and I just been watching you. Yeah, she's been unlucky. She's had no room. Just today, I just didn't want to get in a bunch of you or anything. Just want to keep it simple and easy and just give her all the room in the world. She's done most. And she's shown in the past that she loves these wet tracks. Yeah, she does. Even going around the she's going to swim through it, but yeah, so take it to the trainer and it was good to get the win.
Nice right.
Thank you, mate.
What the hell is it?
All right, we'll take a look at the fourth one here at Ipswich. If we look through the odds, 3, 4, 9, and 11. That's 3, 4, 9, and 11. All right. It's a maiden 1700 meter. We'll go back and check the maidens, what happened here. This 3 actually won here. That 1 won because they were the best horses. They were the best horses. And then we have this particular section where we are looking at which is the best horse. So if we do the same thing, and if we for 1 second, if we start thinking that 1 is not even there in the race, the 1 is not even there in the odds. It's got 10 races. It's the only linear which is there, and it's a 6-year-old gelding. It doesn't look like it's in a position. It's got 20%, but this horse is a little absurd. Then 11 is if we think this is not there, then 11 becomes the linear. All right, it is no more an EW, it becomes the linear.
Back to the rails at back.
That becomes the linear. And if we look through the rails, that 11 is the top one to go through. Though there is a problem with their management, which is happening. And 11, 3, and 4, all of them are within the rails. 3 and 4 are in very good hands, and that's more or less. But this is again going to be a mixed sex, and a mixed sex is a mixed sex. So, but here is the thing: if it actually plays like that, then what happens? Then that 12 is there in the game. If it actually plays like that, if you look at the odds, that's 3, 4, 9, 11. 11 is the first one from the rails. It is the linear. That's there. But they're also 67% drifting out. And this becomes a little difficult a call. I mean, ideally that should be getting in. That 12 is a check. 11 should win. 11 should win. We'll see how it works. The 3, 4, all of them are there, but out of this, 11 is in a devastating position. The only worry about this thing is they're kind of defaulters. All of them are defaulters. 3 and 4 are the best hands, probably. 9 is also like that. So there's not much that is available. The other good hand is 8, which is also a drift. So we'll take a look at the 11 at the paddock. I think 11 should work. Lewis, you are on fire, bro. You are on fire.
Golden Slipper Day tomorrow at Rose Hill. The 3 p.m. track update has just come through and the track is still rated a good 4. The penetrometer there at Rose Hill tomorrow is 5.25. The going stick 9.4. The shear 12.3. The rail has been pushed out to 3 metres from the true position last week. Weather was originally put through as overcast. It's clear. Irrigation in the last 7 days. They've put 16 millimetres of rain on the track. The last 24 hours, they've had just 1 mil of rain. 1 mil over the last 24 hours, and that's the only rain they've had fall for the whole week. We've had a bit more. We had almost an inch up here since 12 o'clock, and we're on a heavy 10 for racing at Scone. Runners are in the yard here for our 5th race, start of the quaddie. See if Mick Wallace can tip another winner. Just go through his top tips so far and see how many he's tipped. Nation Changing in race 1. He tipped Lonrose Queen in race 2. He tipped Fortissimo in race 3. And he tipped Ballinderry Sal in race 4. What are you tipping here, Mick?
I'm going to tip horse number 6, Leovani.
Okay. This is race 5. See if he can keep going. Number 1 is Wild Sensation. Ben Looker for Matthew Smith.
The 4 starts for 2 minor placings. One of those placings was at Port Macquarie and Jimmy from a spell over 1,100 metres. I was able to find the top, and although he got tired, I thought it was a nice even effort. He will have really come on from that run, and worth noting that he did place on a heavy track on debut.
He's a gorgeous type to look at. First time I've seen him in the flesh. Beautiful big body horse. He's nice and relaxed in the yard. He led first up at Port Macquarie, but he stuck on okay for 3rd position. Originally, I thought he was looking at a stronger race, but now with the scratchings and the fact that we are working on a heavy track, he's right in contention now.
Yes, now, here are the scratchings. 2 Major Look was a late scratching. 3 Spends a Lot was a late scratching. 4 and 5 came out. So we go to 6, Leovani. $3.50 here for Nisham and Archibald and Heavy Vanderhoven.
She really caught the night Tamworth when resuming over the 1,200 metres. She really charged to the line, went 3rd behind Rathoran, and was very unlucky to be beaten at Bathurst last time out. She didn't do herself any favours. She raced a touch keen. She got back in a smallish field. I didn't corner all that well, but when she balanced up, she found the line well. I'm just hoping they ride over the little bit of cover today. If she can get to the centre of the track, I thought she looked as good a chance as any.
Yeah, I agree with you now, Mick. She's been placed in both runs this preparation, narrowly beaten last start at Bathurst. She was a short price favourite, but I just don't think... I think she got too far out of the ground on that occasion. You wouldn't think she should do that here today. I guess the question mark is how she'll handle the track. All 3 of her career starts have been up on top of the ground.
Okay, there's Zamorphic, number 7, Christian Reith and Scotty Singleton.
Well, he's going better than ever, and you wouldn't begrudge him a win after a couple of runner-up finishes since resuming from a spell. Bumped into Meet Me in Bondi at Wyong, went second first up, and then ridden for speed at Tamworth in a super maiden last time out, was only just edged out by New Pharaoh. So interesting runner. Has had a couple of runs on wet tracks and hasn't fared so well. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets through the heavy conditions.
He's really appreciated the drop back in grade since entering Scott's stable. He's been the runner-up in both runs in preparation. Thought he fought on bravely last start at Tamworth. He's got a
Our best work late. She's got a little bit of talent, and I think she'll continue to improve as she gets out over more ground.
Yeah, I agree, Mick. She was forced to go a long way back from the barrier on debut at Tamworth, but she made up quite nice ground, beating 3 to touch over 3 lengths. She could take good improvement from that, and I expect her to settle much more prominent in the run today.
Okay, of course, Donovan Dillon won the Country Championship qualifier at Tamworth on InterVarsity. The big ticket, Anna Raper on for Paul Perry.
3-year-old by Stratum Star, who's had the 10 starts and yet to hit the frame, finished last at Port Macquarie last time out behind Wobbly Boot, beaten around 15 lengths. So don't expect that form to hold up.
He's been on place in 10 starts. He's nice and fit. They've tinkered with the gear today and put the pacifiers on for the first time, but he would need to improve sharply to be a winning chance.
Okay, they're about to go out onto the track for race number 4. Scotty Singleton hopefully coming up with Mel in just a moment. Your numbers, Mick?
Late male numbers here, 6, 7, 1 and 8. Going with Leovani on top. Was placed at Tamworth first up. Went third behind Radoran. And then last start, things just didn't pan out for her. I don't think the race shape really suited her at Bathurst. When she started to get into her work, I really loved the way she pinned her ears back and savaged the line to be only beaten a narrow margin by Angel's Cry. I think the small field will suit today. We'll put her on top over 7, Zoomorphic, who bumped into the smart BB in Bondi, first up at Wyong when narrowly beaten, and then last start raced on speed when only just defeated by New Pharaoh, Tamworth in a super maiden. He's got his hoof right on the till. Wild Sensation can only improve off the first up placing, which saw him finish third behind Wobbly Boot there at Port Macquarie. Strips Fitter a second up today, and 8 Smart by best of the rest, 6, 7, 1 and 8.
Okay, let's hear from Scotty Singleton. He's got Zoomorphic here, and he's also got Rich Sun coming up in race number 7, who's back off a 55-day break, one of the top chances in race 7 today. Mel is with him now.
Scott, Zoomorphic, you've had him for 2 runs. He's been the runner-up on both occasions.
Yeah, he's been good and honest. I was pretty happy with both runs. A little bit unsure about him in the heavy, but he did have 1 run in the heavy for Gerald, and I thought he got some line okay in it. Maybe he passed away, has trialled in the heavy for me, won the trial and sort of got through it. So, yeah, just supposed to wait and see.
Any instructions to Christian, small field, just where he's comfortable?
Where he's happy and get wide down the straight, but he's in the past sort of been questionable how hard he tries, but I've found him fairly honest. You have to ask him, but when you ask him, he's happy enough to give it to you. So, I'm expecting him to run well.
You've got Enterprise Lassie in race 6. She's a newcomer to your stable.
Yeah, struggled to get round Melbourne way of going. She's in Adelaide, so she's come up here to see if she can win another race or 2. Been happy with it, done really well in the feed bit since she's been here, and actually looks a different horse than when she arrived on the truck. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with her. The wet definitely gives her a chance. She'll want further, but I think now that it's heavy, it probably brings her into it a little bit.
And Rich Sun race 7, you've given him a bit of a freshen up. What did you make of his effort last start?
No, he just wasn't. Well, Christian said he's just, obviously knows him very well. And after that last start, I know it's a strong race, but he said, no, he's not right, mate. So, come home, pulled up really good the first 2 days, and then had mucus coming out of him, and obviously we're sort of just starting to maybe get a little virus. So, had a little bit of time at the farm, and he's come back, and I feel like he's going super well. So I'd be disappointed if he's not winning.
And do you think that can slightly a trip is a positive as well?
I think so, but I don't think that was the reason last prep. But certainly on the way he's worked and what sort of me and Christian thought of him, you'd expect him to be winning.
No.
Thanks.
Okay, he's a straight shooter, Scotty Singleton, and you can follow him with confidence in those pre-race interviews. What did you take out of that interview about Rich Sun, Mel?
Well, I'm tipping him, so I'm happy about that. I might actually get a winner on the board today.
And also, you could have something on Enterprise Lassie
Yeah.
at the $9 or $10. And this horse, Zoomorphic, he wasn't potting it in any way. He's a $3.30 second pick behind Leovani, for a bloke who's tipped 4 out of 4. 350 into 290, Leovani. 340 now, Zamorphic. Wild Sensation now 480 and 480 for number 8, which is Smart Buy. Better get your numbers, Mel.
6, 7, 8, and 1. I'm jumping aboard the Mick Wallace train, hoping
On board.
I'm with Leah Varney now. She was very good from back in the field at Bathurst last start, and I think if she can just improve slightly off that, she should be very competitive here. Zoomorphic looked an absolute standout from the yard. Smart Bike can improve off last start, and Wild Sensation will appreciate the soft track.
Okay, race 5 Scone starts the quaddie. The final leg of the quaddie and the final race today will be the Evergreen Turf Country Championship Northern Wildcard. Only the winner goes through. Only the winner goes through. That'll make it 15 horses into the final. Goulburn on Sunday will be the 16th horse into the final. That'll be the winner of the Southern Wildcard. Now, here is the daughter of that very good mare Sprite, trained by Gary Fraser, Zamorphic, the Scott Singleton runner. Christian Reith on board. It's wearing the Crestfield colours. And here is Ben Hall with his call of race 5 at Scone. That's the big ticket drawn the inside. Ready. Bit of movement in the middle of the line. Look right this time. Just holds up a fraction. Signal's being given. Eight to back and they're off and racing. The big ticket bounded out beautifully. Runs straight to the early lead. Favourite Zubolfix nice and handy. Leovani driving through and between runners. Smart Buy not too far away. 3/4 away. Mount Boner and Wild Sensation is last 5 off the speed. 1,100 metres left to travel. The big ticket in front at the first turn from Zoomorphic and Leovani's keeping Zoomorphic wide. So the favourite's working around the first turner. Mount Boner's back to 4th on the inside. 3/4 away, Smart Buy and Wild Sensation is racing erratically at the tail of the field. 750 metres left to go. Zoomorphic covering up the big ticket. They lead by 2 lengths. Leovani. Mount Boner's on the rail in 4th in the box seat, followed by next Smart Buy. And Wild Sensation last at the point of the turn. Zoomorphic strides clear as they come to the bend. The big ticket trying to go with it. Then came Mount Boner, who just getting to the outside now there. Leovani, Wild Sensation at Smart Buys right on the outside fence nearly as they come down to the 250. The leader, Mount Boner, got to the front, led by 2. Smart Buyers trying to bow back the margin. Leovani, the big ticket, then came Zoomorphic, favourite can't win. Mount Boner at the 100 metre marks in front, going great guns, 2 or 3 in front. Smart Buy can't go with it, then Leovani, but Mount Boner too good. 1 by 2.5. Second was Smart Buy, Leovani third, the big ticket 4th. A couple of tired ones over the line here. Wild Sensation and Zoomorphic did too much work early. Finished at the tail. Mount Boner, number 9, Donovan Dillon for Massara and Gavranich. Win race number 5, beating Smart Buy. Mitchell Bell and Rod Northam and Leovani. Heavy Vanderhoven on for Neesham and Archibald. Donovan Dillon, Massara and Gavranich. They'll combine in the last, the Evergreen Turf Country Championship qualifier with rematch. Of course, they won the heat at Tamworth with InterVarsity. The Massara Gavranich favourite in that race is Know Thyself into $2.10 when last I checked. But he'll be on the other one, Donovan Dillon, to try and make it a country championship double, InterVarsity into rematch. We'll be back with either Paul or Leah and also Donovan Dillon when we return to Scone, but now it's off to Ipswich.
Welcome back to Ipswich for race number 4. We have a maiden handicap over 1,700 EPR. Number 1, Maravich, getting a bit warm in the yard for the Food Chart stable. Aiden Thompson takes the ride.
Efforts were really good in Victoria. I thought stuck on really well first up, was on speed. Probably that's where he needs to be, perhaps a little bit flatter, just knocked up late, rightfully so. And the trials have been good, so working towards win.
Oiki Chujo is having a crack with Flaming Genesis. First start straight to 1,700. Ozzy Tomazawa rides.
Yeah, trials over the 6 furlongs, and I thought they were really good. Both trials I saw good for a horse that needs the ground.
This horse looked lovely and relaxed today. Number 3, Shabu Shalar for David Van Dyke and Noel Cullo, our well-backed favourite.
First up run was fantastic at 13.50 at Doomben there. Headhunter Bull came out of that. He was a little bit keen and wide. And then last start did present wide with the rail out, but there just wasn't a turn of foot. Has been freshened. Stays at a similar trip, which I think is ideal. Good money support.
Number 4, Cheerful Cat, beat home the favourite 2 starts here up the sunny coast, but then got rolled as a $1.50 favourite when we were at Warwick. Ronnie Stewart rides for James Moore.
He's a beautiful horse, good sized horse, doesn't really look like a stayer. And yeah, maybe he was a little disappointing, but perhaps I thought maybe it is a furlong too far, because again, he doesn't profile like a stayer, and it may have been a little firm, so I'm forgiving of that.
Number 5, Down Under Stunner for the Michael Morris and Yard Nick Elliott to ride from the outside gate. She was making some late ground at work.
Yeah, you're right, and the track pattern was against, so the run was okay.
Number 7, South of the Border for the Phil Bobbich Yard. Jag takes the ride. 2 star state, hasn't done much.
Look, it's Jag's only ride. It was off a bit quickly, but maybe there's something there to gather from that.
Number 8, Don't Stop Me Now, Paul Nolan Jr., Mark Duplessis, improved effort last start.
Better run, as you said, improved effort, good chase. I just wanted that extra ground, got that, and I think we'll appreciate 1,700.
I don't mind the 9 at a bit of a price here. Effie's Joy, she looks well for Danny Bagora and Courtney Bellamy. Courtney will take 3 off, draw on the fence.
Flashy mare, walking out with conviction is what you'd say. Do like the utilising of the claim, gets in light. She's only a narrow man. She was a nice enough chase last start. She was posted when turning, and she was just 1 pace to the line, but so these are her sort of trips.
The 11, Pear Bellini, we both found this horse hard to assess. Chris Waller teaming up with Damien Thornton. The Winkers go on to start number 3, a beautifully bred filly.
Yeah, and just hasn't done a lot, as you said, in Sydney, but this is easier, so expect an improvement.
Number 12, I Doubt It. I was trying to find a spot for her in the top 4. I still might sneak her in yet for the Nisham Archibald team and CJ.
Thought she was really tenacious. She was never on the track there at Eagle Farm in Harder, and she kept trying, and she was wide prior to that at the sunny coast. Just needs a more economical run.
13, Macedonian for Stephanie Sixtus and Olivia Kendall. Olivia takes 2 off. The blinkers go on first time. He hasn't done much yet.
No, that's right. Needs those blinkers. Perhaps they'll help.
And the 15, Neo Vicky rounds us out for John Gilmore. Jace McMurray's your jockey, 2 kilos off.
Hasn't done anything its last 2. Need to see it step up for this. Runners are behind the barriers, and this is for the 4th. We are 1 away from the quadrilla here. Shabushala is our favourite. Joycey, just looking down the page. Pear Bellini, $7.50 into $6. Anything else there been specs?
For I Doubt, 10 into 9.
Sprinkling for I Doubt. Cheerful Cat is rock solid. And again, the 11 continues to firm.
Yeah, my note on Pear Bellini was watch.
I'll go with 11.
Certainly comfort. She looked good in the yard. Obviously hard to line up that Sydney form. She hasn't done much there, but she's jumping in trip and she's got a good game.
Oh,
Brilliantly bred.
I love to hear mares.
You remember Pear Tart?
Yes.
You do. She was good staying mare, like
Yes.
good performing.
What was the other one? Egg tart. Was it egg tart?
Egg Tart was good too.
They're both good.
Yeah. 9, 3, 11 and 12. 9, Effie's Joy. I think she'll run a cheeky race from that soft draw. She's good here at Ipswich. She looks terrific. Gets the claim.
Cheeky.
I think she'll run a cheeky little race. Number 3, Shabu Shalar. Certainly hard to beat. That was a great parade. I know his form's been a little bit mixed, or his last start was disappointing, but if you can overlook that just off his parade, he looks outstanding. David Van Dyke and Noel Callow teaming up with the fave, so no knock on him. Yeah, okay there?
Yeah.
Number 11, Pear Bellini, she goes in. Obviously, the mark supports there. And 12, I doubt it. I wanted to find a spot, and I have. 9, 3, 11 and 12.
You have left out Cheerful Cat completely.
You know how bitter I get when horses let me down.
Jeepers. Sacked.
So why they're talking about the 12 is because of this reason. The 12 is right after 11. If 11 wins, 12 is next.
$1.50 favourite last start. I do think perhaps it was a furlong too long. And I do think the track was too firm for him that day. Gets a little bit of give, gets back to a more suitable trip. He's rock hard fit. You can make a couple of runs on him, so perhaps Ronnie can do a little work from that alley and still have a little bit to give at the finish of the race. Just take up that forward position with this rail out. I thought 3 was the danger, Shabu Shalar. I had the 12 in there. I doubt it for the Nisham and Archibald stable. She's been tenacious her last 2 defeats. This is easier. She's rock hard fit now. And then the 8 in Don't Stop Me Now. We really appreciated getting out to the mile last start, and that was basically all it was. And had been at unsuitable trips. 4, 3, 12 and 8.
All right, they're loading up well. Let's head upstairs.
Yeah, it's in, down under Stunner to come up. So I think we're down to the last few now. 2:15, Shabu Shalar, Pear Bellini best backed to beat him, 7.50 into 6. Cheerful Cat is in. South of the Border comes forward. And the final one to move in will be down under Stunner. 1,700 the distance. The maidens are set to go now as down under Stunner completes the line.
Starter has them. Tender just climbing in the middle. They look to stand up pretty well. Waiting for the line to come on. Favourite drawn down low, Shabu Shala. They're set. Ready. Should catch them. Gates open, racing now. Effie's Joy a little slow to move from barrier one, had no speed at all. Bit of pace though out wide. Macedonian goes forward with also driving through the middle. Flaming Genesis up towards the lead, but Don't Stop Me Now. Per Bellini and I Down are driving through the rail. They were followed by Neo Vici. Effie's Joy's improving alongside Shabu Shalab. Cheerful Cats very wide, and then came Maravich. Macedonian pulled out deep. Overraces fiercely there from second last. And hoping the field was down on the starter, so they find their order. Don't Stop Me Now able to take up the lead, going by the 1100 metre pole. Out by half a length. Second, the outside Flaming Genesis. No Luck Cheerful Cat posted 3 wide in third. Per Bellini gets a great run fourth the rail. I Doubt It was fifth. 2 lengths Effie's Joy on the inside of Shabu Shala. And Neovici also planted 3 wide there for the trip. Then south of the border for Maravich. Macedonian second last, and Down Under Stunner whips them in. 8 lengths covers them. 750 left to go. And Don't Stop Me Now just being eyeballed by Cheerful Cat, who's always been wide. Behind them in third spot was Flaming Genesis. Per Bellini has had a great run there. Per Bellini rather taking off now. Shabu Shala's getting going between horses. I Doubt It. Effie's Joy needs some luck from there. Starting to wind up on the rail. Then south of the border from Down Under Stunner. Maravich about 5 lengths away. Macedonian and Neovici onto the bend. Don't Stop Me Now in front. Trying hard. Cheerful Cat in second. Per Bellini's running on with Shabu Shala. And Down Under Stunner right down the outside's coming home as well. Shabu Shala under full pressure. Per Bellini's coming through. Cheerful Cat sticks on, and then I Doubt It. Shabu Shala's just in front. Per Bellini's coming back out of the rail. Shabu Shala lifted by Callow, and I think just one. I think Shabu Shala's beaten Per Bellini right on the line. Third in was Cheerful Cat, who was very brave. Then came Down Under Stunner from I Doubt It. Effie's Joy didn't have a lot of luck in the straight from south of the border, and then came Don't Stop Me Now. He got tied from Flaming Genesis. Maravich, Neovici,
13.
Macedonian was last.
3.
3, 11, 4 and 5, right over the top. Shabu Shala for David Van Dyke. The money was there, $2, $1.20. Per Bellini has been a really improved run there. Joycey, my numbers have gone away too quickly.
3, 11, 4, 5.
Okay, and Cheerful Cat was very tenacious. He had to do a lot of work to find that forward spot. Just when you think he looks beaten, he stakes on, I was going to say stick and stay at the same time. He sticks on all day long, and Michael Hellier's out there has made a good late dive of it. Down Under Stunner, who was only second up today.
That was an eye-catching run, wasn't it, Down Under Stunner? She was okay at Warwick. She's improved again today. She might have a win coming soon. A bit of interference back towards the inside. But you're right, the winner, Shabu Shala, had enjoyed a lovely economical run. Noel Callow got going early, deep into the straight, has rolled in significantly.
3, 11, 4 and 1. 4 and 5.
As you thought he might, being an favourite, but he got there. He's a lovely, big, strong horse.
3 and 11 were neck to neck. 3 just was in better hands with a better jockey.
5, you better have a chat to Dave.
Yeah, we'll have a chat to Dave, and nice convincing win today.
Yes, I'm sweating because of the heat, but also I was sweating because I wasn't sure about this boy today. There's a lot happened since he last raced. I couldn't get a trial into him because of the cyclone conditions. He's a big gross horse, and I've been really working hard on the track, but as you know, that's not always as beneficial as a trial. The 1700, we thought that was a risk. The soft track, I promised the owners we wouldn't go around on a soft, and woke up this morning and it's a 6. And there was just a lot that we didn't tick a lot of boxes today. The box we did tick was he's you know, he goes pretty good. And despite all those factors I mentioned, you know, it was great to see him get the job done. And you know, when he was 4 and 5 deep there at the 500, I thought, oh no, this is going to test him. But Noel lifted him, the horse lifted, and wonderful.
A little bit of class, and you're right, there's a lot of horses today. It reads as if they've had freshens, but it's all due to that cyclone and missing work, and it's those unknowns, because You know, Dave, some horses, they can get away on you so quickly, fitness-wise.
Oh, very much so. And he's one of them. Like, he always licks the bin. He's a relaxed horse. He just eats.
Look after themselves in their track work.
Yeah, they do. A bit like Paul George, just, just loves.
Do what they need to do.
Yeah, exactly. But look, I'm just so glad for the owners. We bought him at the Magic Millions and just to get a win with him, and hopefully he'll go on from here. But yeah, really happy.
Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, you all right there, Kiana?
I stepped back into a chair.
Want to have
Did not,
a chat to Noel?
not a,
You can
not a,
stay in the hot seat here and
yes,
chat to Noel, I think.
yes. Knowles lifted him, and that was a great win.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it again, would you? He travelled a little bit strong in the run. My first ride on him, he didn't know how to win. Travelled strong in the run, a little bit messy, and then tempo come right out of it. So I just thought I'll put him in the race for someone, the so-called best horse in the race. And he was there, got pushed a bit wide on the turn, but anyway, won. So David's happy, I'm happy.
David had those reservations. He was thought that we're on the best horse in the race, but he'd missed a little bit of work because of the cyclone and things like that. So when he sort of had to cover that extra ground, class has prevailed in the end.
Yeah, it's like I said today before, you didn't know how to win, but won today, well placed, and happy days.
Well done, Noel.
Thank you, thanks.
Yeah, Kiana, look, I know you're both making fun of me as you like to do, but he's a beautifully relaxed horse.
Yeah.
A bit like me, relaxed.
You know what you got to do with horses like that in track work?
What?
You have to pair them up in their gallops because they don't do enough on their own, and they go back, eat everything, eat their lucerne, and they get fitness. They lack fitness. That's what you would do. We'd have to pair you up every time.
They paired me up with you when I came up here.
Because you know what? I'm the opposite.
They didn't want me to get away from them. They didn't want me to get away from them. If I came up here, I would have been too relaxed, gone out eating every day.
And when I'm stressed, I don't eat.
That's weird, exactly. 3, 11, 4 and 5.
Yin and yang.
Interesting race that, and Shabushala has got that win on the board. Cheerful Cat was brave.
He will win a race soon.
Was good.
Gonna be back in a jiffy.
Couple of black bookers out there for sure. Race 4 at Ipswich, 3, 11, 4 and 5. The quaddy kicks off in race number 5.
Just holds of a fraction. Signal being given. Gates are back and they're off and racing. The big ticket bounded out beautifully. Running straight to the early lead. Favourite Zoomorphic's nice and handy. Liavani driving through between runners. Smart Buy not too far away. 3/4 away Mount Bona, and Wild Sensation is last 5 off the speed. 1100 metres left to travel. The big ticket in front at the first turn from Zoomorphic, and Liavani's keeping Zoomorphic wide. The favourites working around the first turner. Mount Bona back to fourth on the inside. 3/4 away, Smart Buy, and Wild Sensation is racing erratically at the tail of the field. 750 metres left to go. Zoomorphic covering up the big ticket. They lead by 2 lengths, Liavani. Mount Bona's on the rail in fourth in the box seat, followed by next Smart Buy, and Wild Sensation last at the point of the turner. Zoomorphic strides clear as they come to the bend. The big ticket trying to go with it. Then came Mount Bona, who just getting to the outside now there. Liavani, Wild Sensation, and Smart Buys right on the outside fence nearly as they come down to the 250. The leader, Mount Bona, got to the front, led by 2. Smart Buy is trying to mow back the margin. Liavani, the big ticket, then came Zoomorphic, favourite card winner. Mount Bona at the 100 metre marks in front, going great guns, 2 or 3 in front. Smart Buy can't go with it, then Liavani, but Mount Bona too good. 1 by 2.5. Second was Smart Buy. Liavani third. The big ticket fourth. A couple of tired ones over the line here. Wild Sensation and Zoomorphic did too much work early. Finished at the tail.
Well done, Paul. She'd take a nice improvement from the debut run.
Yeah, huge improvement. She's tiny. I bred her with a couple of friends of mine. She came out an absolute midget. Still is. So Brooksy and Trent, well done, guys. Amazing. I can't.
She looked to just skip across the ground today.
Yeah, she trialled really well on a whip track, and I thought, God, today's the day. I said it's a super mate, so you get a bit of extra prize money, and then a few scratchings, and she loved it. She tries really hard. She's small, but she's very genuine.
And she looks to have a really good attitude too.
Yeah, you can't see her there over the. You notice just over the stalls there, but anyway, no, she's got a great attitude. She tries hard, and no, very exciting.
Well done.
Thanks very much.
For what she lacks in size, she makes up for in heart. She showed a really good turn of foot today. Oh.
Oh, we'll take a look at what's happening here with the 5th one at Ipswich. So this is a 1700 meter benchmark 65. If we look at, the horses, this is going to be like old people strolling at a park. This is something on those lines. All are 6-year-old, 7-year-old. There's only one, which is that number 5, which is a 4-year-old gelding, and that is the favorite. So 1700 meter, that 5 is the favorite. It's in the best hands. And there are no linears in this race. Honestly speaking, there are no linears. It is going to be like the maiden races, which is there. Now this is the favorite, and Ipswich is a place where it's a no brainstormer kind of a thing. They generally are very good with what they do. No hanky panky track. It's moderately there. It's a good one. So that 5 is the favorite. And the 5 is a 4-year-old gelding out of all that is there. Okay. If we look at the odds, 5, 3, 4, and 6. 5, 3, 4, and 6. So 2 5-year-old mare, 1 6-year-old gelding. So now that 3 is the largest outer drift. This cannot win. It's a drift. Four is in good hands, but then again, it is a drift. They have not thought about the 9. Oh, but the 9 has a lot of advantage. The 9 is one of the BBs with one of the biggest advantage. All right. So the 3 out of all this is has got the least advantage. The 3 has got the least advantage. Now, if we try and think whether the 3 is going to win, then we'll have to look at the pressure point. The pressure point is absolutely disastrous. This is not going to act as an advantage. It is not going to. It is more of a disadvantage, I think. So, but it will get a place. That's there. It's a drift. The question is, this one, the 1. It's a 7-year-old gelding. Okay. And since it is not handicapped, and like in each of these cases, you know, when it is not handicapped, the best hand and the lower numbers are winning. That is how it should be. Ideally, 11 should have won, but 11 had management issues. This one had no management issues with a better jockey, so it won. But here, if we try and look at this, that 1 is there. It's a 7-year-old gelding, and it is that okay. So this is a similar number that we looked at yesterday. And I had no clue whether that jockey is going to do anything. I said that that jockey is going to either win or he's going to lose majorly, and because I did not know what was happening. So it's a 1700 meter. The jockey has no role to play. That was probably a 900 meter or a 800 meter yesterday, and this horse has a lot of advantage. It is the 1. If we do not take linears, this one becomes linear. So this is an EW position. 5 is the favorite. It's a 4-year-old gelding. Ideally, on a 1700 meter, this is the right favorite. But I will put 1 as EW. I'm not going to put money on 5. I'm going to put money on 1. And if that doesn't get tailed, that's the only thing. If that doesn't get tailed, I'm going to put money on that 1. Lewis, you're on fire, but where is your bet, bro?
The Magic Millions had to be in the cab on the way to the races because of the flight that was delayed, of course. But what would they be like on track this Saturday?
They'd be pretty good, I suspect, and with Team Derby, I know Scott Derby's lucky enough that they've won it before with She Will Reign, and they're very, very focused on trying to get a runner and a winner in the slipper. So that would be an amazing atmosphere, and that's what would, it would be very, very special.
Here we are for the next race 6 here at Scone, Arrowfield Benchmark 66 Showcase Handicap. And we start with an interesting runner here, Speranzoso. They don't get more interesting than this, Mick Wallace. 3,000 metres at its last start for Clayton Douglas 30 days ago. Now with Brett Kavanagh, 65 kilos. Rafe Knocker's got the ride. There'll be plenty of lead in that saddle.
Yeah, exactly right. No, he certainly is an interesting runner, coming back significantly in trip today, but I guess you don't really have a choice. There isn't too many 3,000 metre races here at Stone. His recent trial winner at Gunnedah was good, defeating Eddie Stone. Look, I think he'll be hitting the line, but he'll probably find this a touch short of his best trip.
Yeah, you'd think so. He's deep on into his campaign. He obviously possesses plenty of fitness here in the yard. Massive weight to carry. I'd be happy just to watch him today.
Number 2 is a late scratching. Number 3, Bubba. Mark Stableford on for Kim Wall. Well, Mitch Stableford.
She loves a wet track, and she's racing really well this preparation. 2 back finished 2nd at Gosford behind Canny Queen. Was only narrowly beaten there, and again was really finding the line well at Newcastle last start behind Inferentia. We're beaten just over 3 lengths, had 16 starts on heavy tracks for 3 wins and 4 runner-up finishes. I think she gets conditions to suit.
She's a gorgeous mare. She always presents beautiful in the yard. She's showing no signs of training off. She's been placed 3 from her last 5 starts. I thought there was a bit of merit in her run last start at Newcastle. She just lost all momentum when she had to get off heels, and she's best suited on wet ground, so that'll play into her favour here.
Here's Monomore, number 5, Clayton Gallagher and Paul Perry.
She looked a touch unlucky there at Stone last time out, went 2nd behind at Clubman, beaten around a length and a half. Wet tracks don't bother her. I know she hasn't won on a heavy, but she has been placed 5 of 10 on that surface.
Yeah, she played a pretty similar race to what she found herself in here last start, where she was very good, being a length and a half behind Clubman. She's a mare that's been around the mark all preparation, and she's got hard fit.
Okay, this is number 6, Achiro in the Arrowfield Benchmark 66. They don't get more Arrowfield than this by W.L. Snitzel, man. Aaron Monaco's on for Masara and Gavranich.
He kicked off with a good win and price favourite. Took a long time to pull up the
Yeah, that's the concern. I made him one of the best in the program when we were working on the firm track. He's had 2 goes on rain offensive ground and he's been unplaced. But I did feel he could bounce back off his disappointing run last start at Hawkes. 3 where things never went right. Prior to that, there's a lot to like about his win defeating Type N legend.
Opium is number 8, Andrew Gibbons on for Wayne Wilkes.
Everything panned out nicely for him when he won a benchmark 58 there at Taree, 2 starts back. And then last time out there at Port Macrae, covered extra ground when fit behind all hunky dory, and he beat just over 10 lengths. Perhaps a place champ.
Yeah, I thought he had genuine excuses last start where he was sent out favourite. He was wide the trip, but he really batted on bravely to be only beaten 2 lengths. He dropped 4 kilos in the weights today, albeit stepping up in grade, but he was meaningfully back.
Enterprise Lassie, the South Australian, now with Scott Singleton, Christian Reef on board.
Didn't show a lot in the most recent run over 1,950 metres there at Morford Hill. The thing with her, though, is she's got very good wet track statistics, and we got a little bit of a push from Scott Singleton when we caught up with him earlier, so maybe she's going to work.
She's up for 5 week pressures in strength going to the new stable. She's been kept right up to the mark fitness-wise. She's very healthy in the coach. She comes back in shoot because there's a fitness on the side. She's certainly capable at her best.
There's Alpine Candy, number 10, Heavy Better, over on for the Venetian Archibald Yard out of their Scone Yard.
Did win here at Scone over 2,200 metres on a heavy track last preparation, so the rain falling today will not worry her. I thought she did enough when resuming over the mile there at Dubbo when finishing 2nd behind Telemar. She could build off of that.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't have her in the mix this morning, but you could definitely entertain a spot for her now that we are working on a heavy track. Both her career wins have been on rain-affected ground. She drops in the weight and she'll be strong through the line.
Well, that's coupled with mobile number 11, Graham Buckley, rides for Rod Northern.
Yeah, I do like her today. This 3 I feel like a Divine Prophet, 7 starts for 2 weeks and 2 minor placings. Both of the victories have come here at Scone, and she is a heavy track winner as well. Was good at Tamworth last start, went fifth behind the retrieval, only beaten just over 2 lengths after covering a bit of extra ground. I think the biggest query with her is she's 1,200 up to a mile today.
Yeah, that's the query, but looking at her physically, I don't think the step up in trip is a negative. She's a real athletic filly. She doesn't hold a lot of excess condition. She's nice and bright in the yard. She did cover ground on the turn there last start at Tamworth and batted on really well to get the advantage of a soft barrier today.
Very solid in betting, Zakiro, number 6, $2.40 is our favourite. For number 11, Upwardly Mobile, was $4 out to $4.40 this afternoon. $6.50 for number 10, Alpine Candy, is relatively firm. And number 3 is next in betting, Bubba. It's now $8 in from 11 with all those soft and wet track heavy wins for Bubba. $11 for the stayer with 65 kilo Speranzoso, $11, and $12 for Enterprise Lassie, an ex-South Australian now with Scotty Singleton. Next going to try and catch up with Rod Northern, who's got Upwardly Mobile going around in this race. He's got a couple in the next as well, Sabula and also Quiz Sharp. And he's got Giving the Light at long odds in the Country Championship wildcard coming up as the last today. Know Thyself is the short price favourite. Rod Northern's got a great record in the Country Championships in the qualifiers. Can't spot him, Nick?
No, I teed up the interview just moments ago.
He got sidetracked.
He shot through, and I'm starting to think it's personal because he did a very similar thing to me here in the last meeting.
What happens? You keep saying Western best, and he takes offence to it.
Yeah. So that's a bit disappointing. He's got some really good chances in the back half of the program, but yeah, we've only been 2 minutes ago when I asked him to come over. He was more than happy to come over and have a chat, but maybe he's forgotten.
I tell you what, West might be best this year, the way Gallant Star went last Sunday at Carnarvon. Let's get the tips now. Who do you like, Mick?
Oh, look, my numbers here, I'm going to go with that with the number one on top, 11, 10, 6 and 3. She's had 7 starts for 2 wins, 2 minor placings. She usually reserves her best for the home track here. She has one on a heavy track last time out. I thought she was okay at Tamworth, finishing 5th behind Retrieval. Just had to make a long searching run. If she can just be smothered away, I think the 16 won't bother. 10 Alpine Candy has a good first up run, went second behind Artelamar there over the mile. To Dubbo, we know she likes wet tracks, getting fitter all the time. 6 Zakiro, look, no heavy track form, but he's a progressive enough horse. He won his first 2 starts as prep before things went poorly for him last time out at Hawkesbury through no fault of his. He just had a few things go against him. Wasn't beaten all that far by Sunshine Law. Back to the mile today. And 3 Bubba gets a few extra ticks today now that we're dealing with a heavy track. Finished 5th to Inferentia after the last start where she was doing her best work late. 11, 10, 6 and 3.
6, 11, 5 and 8 with Zakiro. I think he can bounce back here. He's won 2 from 3 this preparation. Things didn't go right for him last start at Hawkesbury where he was sent out favourite. Little concern with the heavy track. He's had 2 goes with soft ground and yet to be placed, but I think he's really found confidence now. He's only lightly raced, and if he can get through this track, it wouldn't surprise me to see him bounce back. The 11 Upwardly Mobile, she had excuses last start at Tamworth. She's a lightly framed filly, and she loves getting a toe in the ground, so the heavy track's no concern with her. Monomore hasn't won for a little while, but she's been promising to win a race for some time. She was very good from back in the field here last start, and 8 here was luckless last start at Port Macquarie and possesses plenty of fitness, dropping 4 kilos in the weights today. 6, 11, 5 and 8.
240 for Zakiro remains very solid. Now, number 11, Upwardly Mobile, is getting out in betting now out to $4.80. Number 10, Alpine Candy, is now $7, $6.50 a moment ago. $8.50 for number 3, Bubba, just out another half point. And then we've got number 1, Speranzoso at $11. Now, it was $17 this morning. So it's been 17 into 11 during the course of this meeting. It was 11 on opening, out to 17. It's back into 11. So it has been a third. Now $12. Enterprise Lassie has been $19 to $10 today. That's the South Australian for Scotty Single. But $2.20 now for Zakiro. Number 6, $2.20. Parabolic rides for Nassar and Gavranich. They're looking for a treble today, that stable. Let's get up to Ben Hall, they're all in. Zakiro, the favourite's gone into the gates. The lights are on, they're set, they're racing. Bubba began okay and driving forward in the early stages, Enterprise Lassie. So Enterprise Lassie will narrowly lead from Spirit Zoso pushing forward from out wider. Alpine Candy third away in the race, followed by Upwardly Mobile, who's fourth derailleur. Odeon next, then Monomore, followed by the favourite Zakiro, and Bubba's been given plenty of time to find its feeder. It's 3 lengths away, last of all than the 1200. So leading the way is Enterprise Lassie. Led 3/4 of a length to Speranzo, so Upwardly Mobile. A length away is in fourth there, Alpine Candy. Then came Zakiro, the favourite on the railer. Odium's in the middle and out 3 wide, Monomore, and 2 away Bubba. Can see them all 10 off the speed. 1,000 metres left to go. And the leader is now on the inside, Enterprise Lassie. Out by just over 2 lengths, Speranzo. So Upwardly Mobile's nice and close third. Alpine Candy just stretching forward on the outside. Then Monomore around Odium and over on the rails Zakiro. And Bubba gets onto the 3 wide line down to the 600 metre mark. Enterprise Lassie going well up to the turn, led by 2.5 to 3. Speranzo, so Alpine Candy, Monomore, Bubba's getting going out wider. Then Zakiro trying to duck underneath them. Odium was next, and last into the straight was Upwardly Mobile at the 300. Leading the way, Enterprise Lassie, 2 lengths Alpine Candy, then came Monomore. Bubba's starting to get going out wider, but still 4 off the lead. Inside the 200, Enterprise Lassie in front. Alpine Candy now, starting to stretch out with 100 metres left to go. Got to the front. Alpine Candy from Enterprise Lassie, then Monomore and Bubba. But it's Alpine Candy. Alpine Candy by 2 and a bit. Second was probably Bubba in front of third, then Monomore. Then Enterprise Lassie, Zakiro, the favourite, couldn't run on in the straight. Odium was next. And a long break to Speranzo, and an even longer break to Upwardly Mobile. Winning number 10, Alpine Candy. Number 10, Heavy Vanderhaven for Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald. Number 10, Alpine Candy, too strong for them. Overhauls Enterprise Lassie. Bubba gets into second. And Monomore into third. 10, 3, 5 and 9.
Yeah, Frank, today the tracks are good. Today the tracks are good. We are not at Newcastle. Scone is good. Ipswich is also good.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see her win today. I just have in my notes, runs all of it.
It's just the difference at the tracks.
To suit today, she was a winner here in the past, and she was ridden nicely by Heavy.
We need to avoid those tracks. The ones that we already know are going to play foul.
With at least a Heavy Vanderhaven when we return. And we've got 2 to go as we count down to the Company Championship for Evergreen Turf. It'll be race 8, the wild card. Winner goes through to the $1 million final on day 1 of the championships. Only the winner to join the other 14 in the final that have already qualified through the 7 heats. And we've got another place up for grabs for the Southern wild card at Goulburn on Sunday.
That's exactly where the difference is, Frank.
Race 5.
That's exactly where the difference is.
Benchmark 65 handicap.
Yes. I mean, why go race somewhere where they do everything, all monkey business?
Interesting horse because he's running better races than this. He's really well weighted after the claim for Code. Winner at Gatton 3-back. That was a strong, tough win. Since then, he's run a couple of poor races in stronger company. I wouldn't be surprised if they lead on him today or try and lead. The opportunity's there to take up the running, and he absolutely loves Ipswich.
Fairway choice looks fantastic. The Equicast is in use. Jace McMurray claims 2 for David McCall.
He comes through the country championship heat at Lismore, which was a really strong race.
Brilliant job, Lewis.
Deep Breaks Legal Farm, Saturday Class 3. Once again, doing his best work late over the mile. So today they're putting up to 1,700 metres. Looks perfect. They're claiming with Jason Murray, which I love. Throwing a good draw. And if you're happy with him out of the yard, that's good enough for me.
Kevin Martin has the 4 Tambourine Man. He's pretty versatile in the run. Cole's that done?
So at Ipswich, more or less the favourites, they get in. I mean, Ipswich is not a place to hanky-panky.
Our favourite is the 5. This is Godzilla. Odds on now. Ange Jones, Tony Miller. Nice soft draw.
Yeah, they got.
Oh boy, that's a 4-year-old gelding. Look at that horse.
Third last start at Eagle Farm, coming through the same race as Fairway Choice. Fairway Choice does get a 4.5 kilo swing against Godzilla here though, and that's probably all I'm worried about is just that weight swing. Considering the prices, I think Fairway Choice is over.
He's a cool horse, isn't he?
He's a very cool horse.
Shalaz got the good tails. Nevertheless, Hellfire is the 6, and Jaden Lloyd replaces Luke Tarrant for Vic Heading.
She's won 2 of her last 3 this mare. It took her 16 starts to win one. As they do, they put a couple together. Now, she tends to miss the start and get a mile out of the ground, but she's got a big finish on her, as we've seen. She won her maiden by 14.5 lengths before coming from last to win her last start, so don't leave her out of it.
Oh, gee, it was a bad maiden, Joyce. Jones has the 7. Oh, God. I will not tell you the last 600. Suckham said, Paul Hamblin, barrier 1.
Probably not going well enough. Getting beat in easier races at the sunny coast, hasn't placed from 2 here.
And above there in lady is the 9. She gets in with 53.5 kilograms after Olivia Kendall's claim for Joe Gleason.
You made a really strong case for her in the preview this morning, Kiara. She's a mare that's racing well. She gets a massive pull in the weights. And her last run at Toowoomba was a lot better than Reed's form guide. Not out of it.
I put it as an EW. I'm also on 1, but 5 probably 5 probably will win. 5 is good. I've just gone with the 1 as an EW. I still haven't gone. I will.
Tumbled in for Godzilla. $1.95.
5 is looking absolute stunning. It's a 4-year-old, well within the rails.
Now, so 3, 5, 1 and 4, Fairway Choice to turn the tables on.
5 shouldn't fail.
Oh, where did I get all that hair from? Right. It's my dad to understand that joke.
Yeah, it's
a
carryover joke.
All right, Count, you can give your mail.
I am going with the 19, the outsider. I just think she's a mare in form. She gets a good pull at the weights. She's a good top 3 hope. Joe Gleason's been spacing her runs and she's just in a good headspace. She's going well. I know the margin doesn't look great last start, but it was a tearaway leader winner and she blew the start and she cut into the margin, the best of them. I thought the 3 was most certainly the danger. Fairway Choice, I think David's got her right. Definitely Godzilla, hard to look past. And then the 4, Joycey.
Thank you, Keanu Dickens. We'll wait for my profile pick to come up. 3, 5, 1 and 4. So
I asked our manager yesterday for a new one because my hair is about 25 inches longer than that now.
Yeah, funny enough, mine's about the same as it is. 3, 5, 1 and 4. Fairway Choice on top to turn the tables on Godzilla at the odds. Number 1, the cat.
Azar, this race is it's a very different kind of a race. So exacta, I don't know if that would be something.
Market, it's all about Godzilla. As a result, most of
that
Sockham sits firm to touch.
That's a great idea. It's all 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds can go any direction. But the 5 is a 4-year-old gelding, so 5 should get through. And Lewis is right, they're tailing gates. 5 and 6 are tailing gates. 5 and 6 are tailing gates. That's a possibility. That's a possibility, but the management on 6 is absolutely disastrous. They're approximately 57% drifting out.
We should be right to go. $1.65 for Godzilla. That's the favourite in the first leg of the quaddie, Godzilla. Tambourine Man just about in, but backs out. So we're close to a start here, Kev. Tambourine Man moves in. They've got the gate shut behind, have they? Looks right now. So they're set to go. Godzilla drawn gate 2, just a little toey. The light comes on. Set, racing. Godzilla bounced away cleanly. Sockham Sid's being ridden up from the rails gate and going forward fairway choice as well. Tambourine Man surging up deeper from Bavarian Lady. Navalus Hellfire second last over on the rail, and the catch goes back to last of all. So Tambourine Man off the wide gate's going to keep working here and look for the front. Sockham Sid's poking through the rail, and Godzilla holding his spot there. He's third. 2 lengths to fairway choice, and then Navalus Hellfire. 2 further back, the catch on the inside of Bavarian Lady, who's last of all. So Tambourine Man still working here off the rail, leads a half length to Sockham Sid, who's poking through the inside, and Godzilla's got a lovely perch to the outer now, although he's just going up on the outside as Tambourine Man's finally going to cross to the rail. 2 further back, fairway choice in isolation, a similar margin, Navalus Hellfire, and then came the catch and Bavarian Lady back to last of all. So Tambourine Man's going to look for a breather here and has the front by a half length to Godzilla, who travels up strongly into second. Third, the inside now was Sockham Sid. Navalus Hellfire's getting going out deeper from fairway choice, just shuffle back a pair there. From towards the end, the catch of Bavarian Lady still last of all. Coming towards the final turn, just over 400 left to go. Tambourine Man felt for Godzilla. It's his time to shine now. He goes up on the outside to just about join the leader. They're flat chasing behind. Navalus Hellfire's trying hard. The catch is starting to loop into it. Fairway choice is too far back. And then Sockham Sid still kicking Tambourine Man. Godzilla can't pick up. And look at the catch storming down the outside. He went to the pair of them and he's raced away here. The catch a length in front to Godzilla. Then Tambourine Man. The catch is holding on late. Bavarian Lady getting up for second. But the catch is too good, 1 at 2.5.
One.
Godzilla maybe kicked again and held second from Bavarian Lady. And then came Tambourine Man from Navalus Hellfire fairway.
1-1-1, bro.
Number 1, the catch is called an upset. Monkey's got great form here at Ipswich. That was pretty plain when he needed to dig deep there, Godzilla, and the catch has gone boom. Over the top, 1 easy. Cody Bittler takes 3 off, and Jeff Dunn, the winning trainer, wins easy. Godzilla will hold on for second, but certainly just lacked that knockout punch. And third will go to Kian's Ruffy, Bavarian Lady, the 9, poking through all the fence, compared to the 4 Tambourine Man. So 1, 5, 9, and 4. Bit of an upset with
1, 5, 9, and 4.
Yeah, it looked like he had been crying out.
That feels amazing.
True, Jeff, and he's done that. We've done that today with him, and just to offset that a little, taken the blinkers off, and yeah, he's read fantastically at a track he loves.
Yeah, that's right. He's had 4 starts here, 3 wins and a placing, so drifting to $19 was a bit of a surprise.
Result for the quaddie. Now, tell me, you had a little bit of a skip in your set.
Yes.
Today. Did you recently get married?
I did, yeah. We enjoyed a little holiday in Thailand, and a lot of friends and family came over, and yeah.
Then bang. So what happened here? So what happened? This is all 7-year-old, 6-year-old. The only one which was 4-year-old is an EW position. That is in the right position. If you look at what happened, 1, 5, 9, and 4. This is a super factor that we have. 1, 5, 9, and 4. That's a super factor. The drifts did not even get in. Yeah, that happened. This is you know, this is the reason. This is I think we are racing here after a long time at Ipswich, but I am sure you did, Frank. You have you have an eye. You do brilliant job. You do brilliant job. Of course you did. I kind of I mean if the track is right, if the track doesn't do hanky panky, then it feels good. It's a good experience. I mean, to be honest, I'm sorted for the day. I'm sorted for the day. I had a nice stuff on that one, so I'm kind of sorted for the day. If you are in a good track, then the experience is very different. You can take chances, you can do experiments, but when you're not at a track that is going to play fair, then what happened yesterday is what happens. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Two, 1, 12, and 7. They have a problem at Scone. Why the camera is getting stuck every time is something I don't know.
middle and out 3 wide Montemore and 2 away Bubba. Can see them all 10 off the speed. 1,000 metres left to go. And the leader is now on the inside, Enterprise Lassie, out by just over 2 lengths Spirit Zoso. Upperly Mobile's nice and close third. Alpine Candy just stretching forward on the outside. Then Montemore around Odium and over on the rails Akiro. Bubba gets onto the 3 wide line down to the 600 metre mark. Enterprise Lassie going well up to the turn, led by 2.5 to 3. Speranzo, so Alpine Candy, Montemore, Bubba's getting going out wider. Then Zakiro trying to duck underneath them. Odium was next, and last into the straight was Upwardly Mobile at the 300. Leading the way, Enterprise Lassie, 2 lengths Alpine Candy, then came Montemore. Bubba's starting to get going out wider, but still 4 off the lead. Inside the 200, Enterprise Lassie in front. Alpine Candy now, starting to stretch out with 100 metres left to go. Got to the front. Alpine Candy from Enterprise Lassie, then Montemore and Bubba. But it's Alpine Candy. Alpine Candy by 2 and a bit. Second was probably Bubba in front of third, then Montemore. Then Enterprise Lassie, Zakira, the favourite, couldn't run onto the straight. Odium was next. And a long break to Spirit Zoso, and then even longer break to Upwardly Mobile.
Emily, she resumed in good order at Dubbo, and she's really taken good improvement off that. She relished the wet track today.
She really did. We were very pleased with her first stop run at Dubbo, and the rain today, we weren't hugely worried. She loves the wet track, so she won that in great form, and she's a filly that seems to have come back in really good form this spread.
And she looks as though she's even going to be better when she gets out in trip as well. Obviously, she was able to win up over 2,200 metres last prep.
Yeah, definitely. That was maybe the query today, and that we would have perhaps liked a little bit further for her. I think the wet probably played into that today, but she'll definitely step up in trip now too. Well done. Thank you.
Well, heavy Alpine Candy, second up from a spell today. She just loved those heavy track conditions.
Yeah, no, I spoke to Anna about the full race. We're pretty confident now with the wet track. She was really good today. She was really sharp. Just can't wait for her to go further.
Well, she is a mare, as you say, that's won over longer trips, so she was just getting stronger and stronger as the race went on today.
Yeah, 100%. She just, I knew when I headed the horse, the 200 would be hard to beat to get run down. She's just getting stronger through the line.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Private Harry, he's pretty up and about himself. He knows he's pretty good. He carries himself nicely around the stables. He's puffing his chest out. He just carries himself like he owns Newcastle racecourse at the moment. He can be a bit coldy, but once he gets the races, it's just like the light just flickers on. He just switches on. He's just such a professional when he gets the races. Even when he gets the mountain, he doesn't turn hair. He's great. Doesn't get jig-jogging. And it's like just known for his game day. And when the gates open, it's all business with him, and that's the way he races as well. He takes his job pretty seriously, and he can even think well.
Private Harry put 2 lengths on Spicy Martini. There's no Lady of Camelot, but it's Private Harry, 100 metres left to run. Lady of Camelot runs to second late, then Arabian Summer. But look at him go, Private Harry won the Sunlight. Far too good for Lady of Camelot and Arabian Summer.
All right, this is the sixth one, benchmark 58. This is actually not benchmark, exactly benchmark 58. It is from 0 to 58. And if we look at the odds, 2, 1, 12, and 7. 2, 1, 12, and 7. Out of which 1 to 12 are all within the rails. That's all good. That should work. Now, these two are drifts. They're kind of drifts. So we need to, this is an EW position, which is right. I mean, the 2 is the favorite. So the 2 is a EW position. It is. I don't know whether it will be able to win. I don't know that. It's in good hands. It's in very good hands. The 1 is also in good hands. But the 1 has more advantage as a 4-year-old gelding. This one has less advantage, and it's a drift. So if we look for what might happen and what exactly are we looking at. So this is, apart from, if we look at the handicapping, apart from that 9, which is a 6-year-old mare, nobody is handicapped as such. Nobody is handicapped. This is the only one which is handicapped. It is in good hands. But the pressure point and this doesn't match, and it is not even within the rails. So winning for 9 is not possible. But we'll keep it as a check. Now, if we look at the horses, then if we take that 9 off for a moment, then that 1 becomes linear. Okay. Then that 1 becomes linear. If that 1 becomes linear, then that 8 becomes EW. Now, the 8 has the highest advantage as a 4-year-old gelding and one of the best jockeys. And the other problem is that it is like that. It is not a dysfunctional team. They should probably sell their businesses and do something else. So, technically speaking, after 1, it should be 8. But they are like that. So are they. Okay. Now, the next one is interesting because this is tailing this. And this one is one of the horses that has been given a lot of advantage. It is as good as 12. Which is from gate number 6, and this is gate number 8. The thing is, it's a better horse. This is a drift. This will get in. 12 will get in, and probably 2 also will get in. But talking about if there is a possibility, if there is a thing that we can do, apart from what is available. So that 11 and that 8. The 7 is there within the odds. That 7 is there. And if the 7 is there, which is at a 60% drift out, it's a 60% drift out. and they're both disasters. They are both disasters, but technically speaking, after this, 8 should get in. 8 should get in. Or 11. We'll take a look at both the horses at the paddock and see what we can do. 1 probably is going to win. It's the first one through the rails. These are drifting positions. These are drift positions. They will get in. One of them will get in. Probably this one because it's a tailing gate. So one of them will get in. But we're talking about managements which are absolutely disastrous. So taking a chance is a problem. But we'll see at the paddock. So 1, and then we'll have to take a look at 11 and 8.
Eye-catching stats for her. She's had 2 starts on heavy tracks for 2 wins, and so 3 starts here at Scone for 2 wins and a minor placing.
She put 2 wins together last preparation that were here over a mile on very heavy ground. So she finds similar circumstances here today. I'm happy to watch, but I wouldn't surprise me to see her run well.
Show business, been a look at Matthew Smith.
Only had the 1 race start. That was at Canberra on the 4th of March, went around 1,000 metre maiden. Managed to win there, defeating a horse called Moonlight Gambler, who we saw come out and win aggressively at Newcastle yesterday. So the form's stacking up nicely.
She looks a flighty filly. She's a little keen to get on with things, having a game of it heading around to the gates. But she was very good to win at Kembla on debut, defeating Moonlight Gambler, who of course has come out to win yesterday at Newcastle. Form looks good around her.
Red Rags to Bulls, number 9. Mitch Stapleford on for Jeremy Gass.
Might be going off a run early with her. She's had 6 starts for a win and 5 minor placings, so she's very consistent. We know she handles rain-affected tracks. She tried up at Musselbrook on the 14th of March, and I thought she did a really good job there behind. Zakor was beaten around a length and 3/4 and was never really let go.
She was placed in all 6 runs last preparation. I thought she trialled up well enough. Just thought she might be better suited out over a little bit further, but she'll be certainly strong late.
Quick Sharp, Mitchell Bell on for Rod Northern.
Was impressive winning here at Scone on debut.
Aruman, welcome back. We're at Ipswich. We're at Ipswich, Aruman.
Things just didn't work out for her that day. There was a little bit of a pre-race mishap. I think they might have broke through the gates and they sent them back. Might have been a late scratching or 2. She just was off her game. I think she can bounce back here.
Yeah, I agree. She was sent out a short price favourite there at Dubbo first up. She never looked comfortable and she lost a stack of ground in the middle stages. Wouldn't surprise me to see her bounce back to some form here.
Tomo goes and Will Stanley, Michelle Fleming.
I've had 5 starts for just the 1 win. That win did come on a heavy track at Tamworth going back to October last year, but it's difficult to make a case off a disappointing run at Tamworth first up behind Haiku Star.
Yeah, I'm happy to risk her today. I thought she was a touch plain first up at Tamworth. She is generally a horse that improves deeper on into the campaign though.
Hot Walk, Michaela Weir on for Justin Bowen.
He's not a horse that generally gets his act together early in preparations. He's first up from a spell today. We might wait till he's had a run or 2.
Yeah, I agree. He's been unplaced first up in the past, and he should find the 1100 metres a fraction sharp here today.
Let's look at them as they head to the barriers here. We're about 4 minutes out from race number 7, and we're going to go over to Mel.
Yes, I've got Emily Kelly with me representing the Neesham and Archibald stable. Emily, this fellow resumed off 2 nice trials. His lanes look encouraging.
Yeah, definitely. Nice horse. Had a nice couple of wins last prep, so just looking to kick him off and start him up again.
A beautiful barrier for him today. You've got a few options.
Yeah, definitely from that barrier, you've got a few options. Obviously, the track's pretty boggy in places now. He's definitely not wanting to be too close to the fence. Just be positive and just let him kind of travel where he's comfortable, really.
Yeah, he did a really good job last preparation. Has he shown you at home that he can bounce off that this campaign?
Yeah, he's come back in great form. He travelled up from Hawthorne this morning and he's certainly full of himself. So, yeah, it'll be good to get the run in today.
It works in well. They can trial down there at the Metros and just find a suitable race here, and obviously they can tick-tock between the two stables.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's only a bonus for us, and then he'll stay here and have a bit of freshen up and then make a plan back to the next races. Good luck. Thank you.
210 Rich Son, 55-day freshen up. Scott wasn't happy with him at the end of the, I suppose, last week. He had to start again. But he's very confident about this horse bouncing back today. $2.10 now, 340 into 210. This afternoon, 420 for number 7, Show Business is out from $3.50, $8 for number 2, Dashing Rupert out from $5, $10 for number 9, Red Rags to Bulls out from $8.50, and Pearl's Treasure is $12 out from $9.50. One-way traffic here, 210, Rich Son.
Yeah, most of these are getting out in the market with that steady stream of support for the short price favourite Rich Son, who will be very hard to beat. I thought 9 Red Rags to Bulls could run a cheeky race at a price here. 9, 1, 7 and 3 are my numbers. I went for a break after an eye-catching third place finish behind Super Norwest in a Rosehill Highway. It was back in August last year, so it has had a fair amount of time on the sidelines. I thought it was a really sharp trial at Muswellbrook the other day when finishing 6th behind Zakor. Was well held together. Will only carry 55 kilos after Mitch Stapleford's claim today. She'll improve off whatever she shows us here today, but I think she's a promising horse moving forward. Ritson looks the obvious, exciting prospect who wasn't at his best at Randwick last start. We're not behind it, clear thinking. Previous form was very good. He races well here on the home track. I know he's got a big weight and a wide draw, but that might be such a bad thing, the way the track's playing. 7 Show Business, 1 start, 1 win down there at Kembla, defeating Moonlight Gambler, who has since come out and won at Newcastle yesterday. And 3 Pearl's Treasure has drawn the inside gate here, but it was an improved run last start when finishing third to super impressive at Muswellbrook. Goes up to the 1100 metres today, which I see as a positive. 9, the value to beat 1, 7 and 3.
1, 7, 2 and 10. I am with Ritson. He was a clear standout out of the yard. He's got 61 kilos on his back. He's a beautiful, big, strong galloper. I don't think that'll worry him. He's the class galloper of the field, and if he can bounce back to his run 2 runs ago in Tab Highway Company, that's good enough to be winning a race like this. Show Business paraded the picture. First time I've laid eyes on this filly. The form's been frank yesterday with Moonlight Gambler winning nicely. She draws to get the right run in transit here today. Dashing Rupert has trialled up nicely. Might put 2 wins together last preparation from only 3 starts and 10 quick sharp. Wouldn't surprise me to see this filly improve. She's a very short price favourite. First up at Dubbo, where nothing went right. 1, 7, 2 and 10.
Well, they're all drifting here, bar Rich Son. Got into $2. It's back out to $2.10 now, but it's been $3.40 all the way into $2. The late scratchings were Last Bid Liam and Maramotti. They were both $151 chances, so there's no deductions at all to this market. Rich Son, since the market went up on Wednesday, has been $6 into $2. $6 into $2 since the first markets went up. Second pick, we've got a straggler here making its way around at the gate. Can't pick it up.
The 11.
Tomo Gozen. Tomo Gozen still fairway, still a couple of 100 metres away from that 1100 metre shoot. Look at the damage the ambulance has done on the outside of the track. It was heavy rain here when the first 2 races were run, and that ambulance follows them around on the outside of the track, and it continues all the way around to the winning post here. Look at that. We need the ambulance, but it's done some damage to the outside of the track.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And had to endure those. It almost got bogged for the first, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were having a bit of trouble there when it was raining earlier, but it's certainly ground under repair now. You get a drop out of there in golf terms.
You'll stay back and help tomorrow.
You don't work on Monday, do you?
That's right.
Or
yeah.
Sunday?
Sunday I'm working at Orange.
Well, you get tomorrow off. They'll need as many hands as they can get. Tomo Gozen is around at the start now. It's into odds on Rich Sun, 190. So 190 Rich Sun, 340 into 190 today, $6 into 190 this week. Now Show Business has got all the way out to 550. They put it up $3 favourite at the start of the week, and it's now 550. $9 for Dashing Rupert. It's got out from 5 today. And then it's $10 for number 9, which is Red Rags to Bulls. It's just back in, no, it wasn't. It was $10 a moment ago. So let's go up to Ben Hall for race number 7. Rich Sun, the red hot favourite here for race 7. That'll bring us to race 8, the Country Championship wildcard. Drawn out a little bit wide, but comes in 2 with the scratching. So we'll start from gate number 8. 2 scratching drawn inside. Okay, so Quick Sharp going forward. Dashing Rupert about to get set, and Hot Walk is about to come forward for Michaela Weir. Last look at the board, 190 now. So 190 about Brit Sun. They're almost set. Starter is on the ladder. Hot Walk's being led up to the gate. So favourite in those red tartan colours. Christian Reef for Scott Singer.
Soul, welcome back, Soul.
Set to
Soul, you missed a big one today.
Lights being turned on. We're ready. Gates are back and they're off at Racing. Starter caught them in a pretty good line. Out wide, Quick Sharp with speed. Parminio shows good dash in the early part of the race, and Show Business not far away with Sibylla. Red Sun's just behind the speed, then Pearl's Treasure, followed by Hot Walk Dashing.
Race 6. No, not I'm not out, Soul. We'll talk about it.
Second last there was Narrative, and last Red Rags to Bulls onto the course proper. And Parminio drew away by 2 lengths to Quick Sharp. Third Show Business, Ritzana creeping up closer now. Fourth on the outside. Then Sibylla, Pearl's Treasure, Hot Walk, then Dashing Rupert, Narrative, and Tanoi goes in, whip them in around the turner. 400 metres left to go. Parminio led by 2. Quick Sharp on the outside. And Rit Sun is cruising out in the middle of the track and starts to build up the revs down to the 200. Quick Sharp in front. Rit Sun needs to lift on the outsides too. Still 2.5 off them. Quick Sharp from Dashing Rupert. Rit Sun. Quick Sharp at the 100 in front. Dashing Rupert inch by inch wearing it down. Quick Sharp and Dashing Rupert in a great go. Dashing Rupert doing the better. Dashing Rupert beat Quick Sharp. Rit Sun just couldn't pick up in the straight. Sibylla was next. Show Business and Tamoi goes in. Pearl's Treasure, Narrative. Red Rag, Parminio, I should say, Hot Walk, and Red Rags to Bulls has been pulled up out of the race. And yes, Red Rags to Bulls was pulled up coming down the...
Soul, the odds are like this. 2, 1, 12, and 7. 1 is in very good position. These 2 are drifts. They might get a place, but this one is in very good position, the 1, and we're trying to be a little greedy now, and we're trying to look at the 11 and the 8. These 2 are also there in some way or the other. The 11 is better because it is still within the rails, and that's the thought. If we took a look at this, probably not right. 11 is better, so we'll take a look at 11. 11 probably is a copy. I'm going to take that 8 out. 11 is what we need to take a look at.
Thanks, Drew.
Kobe going for a winning double today, but this horse again needs to improve on what we've seen. I think Tony Gollan might have been this fellow.
Yeah, and then it looks like he's been down south at Canada.
Yeah, he's been at the picnics as well, so he's back here, but he's struggling for form.
Killer Shelters, the 5. Courtney Bellamy, lead 1 loss, tail change off, and as is the tongue tie.
Hard to line up that sort of bush form of late, so we might just go around him today.
Sea Treasures likes to get his toe in the ground. Rob Thorburn for the Lamburn stable.
Yeah, we've got a soft track today. He kicked off over 1,500, then they came back in trip, which didn't really suit. Now they're getting back out to the right sort of distances, but I prefer him over even further.
Chance with Wolves is firming in the market. We know what we get with him, don't we? Jackson, Murphy, Jen.
Yeah, Ipswich is good. So we can take chances here.
Poke through with the dream run and winner race. He did it 5 starts ago, knocking off the Seagull. Then he's been placed 1
and then
more.
He'll do it all again next week.
Exactly. And you just never know with him. But from the 1 barrier, he always looks well. Jan always turns him out well. And you just got to hope you get that right day when he decides to stick his head out and win.
Jason Edwards has the 8 Optimus Maximus for Emily Lang.
Not bad first up. Was wide from barrier 10. Stuck on well in the straight. That was a reasonably strong City Class 1.
But this is also the 6th race. Yesterday I forgot to mention that this when it is, there are 8 races in a card. The 6th one usually is a difficult one.
Coming through a Bush benchmark 50 win. Went back to the trials. Didn't do a lot there. You'd have to take on trust.
William Crop has the 11 and Madeline Wishart takes the ride. She's deep into her preparation now.
She was placed at Toowoomba 2 back at big odds, but she was beaten a long way, and then she was beaten the other side last start, so hard to have.
Durham is the 12, very consistent mare for Kevin Kemp. Ange Jones.
She is, and she's got a bit of speed early in her races. She can roll forward. I think Ange will suit her. She was on board last start. Kempy brings her here relatively lightly raced.
Durham. All right, runners are behind the barriers for the second leg of the quarter. Big result for that first leg. That was, of course, a catch. I think it SP'd about $19. For Joyce, there's a late mail.
It is.
8 is a strong one. 8 is a strong one. I removed that 8. But
should roll forward under Ange Jones, give you a good side.
This can...
This has been spec from barrier 1 on the quick back up from Wednesday.
This can work with 8. I just removed the 8, but they don't have very high hopes with the 11.
It is all about getting
The 11 is there. 8 has better numbers.
It's a lot like his racing style. He takes a while to build those revs, and that's when he's downfall.
8 has better numbers.
Just at the shorter trips. But he's getting a suitable trip now. He's got a nice soft draw. Hopefully he can actually follow a spot. Otherwise it could be quite bothersome for him. I thought 6 was the danger at bigger odds. That's, of course, Sea Treasure loves a toe in the ground. 12 next best. And then I also had the toppy and good old Watermelon's been up for a while. 2, 6, 12, 1.
They're loading up well. Jan Aikenhead trying something different. Run last on a Wednesday, back up on a Friday. Let's see how it goes as we head upstairs for the call.
Down to the final couple. So Killer's Shelter might be the last one to move up. So we're just about ready, I should say, for race number 6 at Ipswich. Killer's Shelter goes in. We are right to run. $3.60. Deep Fury is the favourite. Red light on. Gates open racing now. Chance with Wolf step well from the inside. Bilba Maria had no speed, goes back towards last. Deep Fury's pushing up, and there's Joram on the way forward in the centre as well. Out wide of Watermelon's working forward with Optimus Maximus very wide, charging up looking for the lead. Then came Lizzie's Pride, who gets to about 6th, one off the rail. Next, Craig Lee Levy over racing on the fence. Out wide of Jetpack 30 from Sea Treasures. And the final 3, Killer Shelter, a little bit deep from Bilba Maria the rail, and Just Do It For You last of all. 10 lengths cover them, and the speed looks solid enough here. Optimus Maximus able to find the front with 1,100 metres left to go, and looks for a steadier now. It's Optimus Maximus clear by a half a length of Joram in second. 2 further back, Watermelon getting the run of the race third. Then came Deep Fury, ditto for the favourite, getting a good position there in fourth from Lizzie's Pride in between. Chance with Wolves the rail, and our deeper going up Jetpack 30. 2 lengths away then to Sea Treasures, followed by Craig Lee Levy. And then came Bilba Maria from Killer's Shelter, and Just Do It For You is last of all. Down the side, 6.50 to go now, and it's Optimus Maximus, still in front by half a length to Joram second. A length and a half, Watermelon waited with third. Deep Fury's being pumped along on the rails, trying to improve. Then came Bilba Maria, got going very quickly from the back. Then came Chance with Wolves, who's held up and needs some room from Lizzie's Pride. Sea Treasure towards the end was back there
there. Jetpack, Verdi and Craig Lee Levy. Bilba Moreira's got around the field and takes the lead down. Jorum's trying to fight back near the rail. Then came Watermelon. Chanceford Wolf still trying to weave through. Late Lizzie's Pride down the outside. It's Joram with Bilba Moreira who's trying to sustain the run. Optimus Maximus near the fence. Bilba Moreira.
Man, 11. Happy?
Corners back. Joram Chanceford Wolf. There was a real line. Wedging through to the rail from Optimus Maximus, Watermelon, Lizzie's Pride, not beaten far with Jetpack, Bernie, Deep Fury disappointing, didn't finish off in the straight.
This is not right. This is not right.
For William Pride by Madeline Wishart, dead set. While she sustained a wide run, she travelled better than anything. She always looked like she was going to get there despite sustaining that wide run. She's come back from the 2000 to the 1700.
I didn't get it. I stepped out after listening to them.
The second, Chancellor Wolves has run his usual good race here at Ipswich, and it's just a photo for Paul, the favourite, very dour, every conceivable. Foxing a little just in behind horses, I think, Joycey, maybe.
11, here is the thing. One is good, okay. One is good. But if we look through this, then that 8 and 11, they come up. The thing is, the 8 definitely had a lot of advantage. It's an EW position, okay? It's an EW position. But they are like that, out of which 11 was still better with the rails. With the rails. So if we consider that the linear, this becomes the EW anyway. I mean, if this was not 75% drift out, this is there. These two are like 70 and 60. Man, that was a bad one. That was a bad one. We could have gotten this one, man. It was a bad idea to listen to the track. 11, 12. Damn, man. That sucks. But Frank, we are at a good place today. These people, they you know, the reason I like this track is you can take your chances. You can take your chances here. If you have liking for a horse, you can take your chances here, because this track is generally good. They play the right thing. What are the numbers actually? 11, 12, 7 and 3. Soul, did you get that? I think Sul did. Man, this was a not done thing. We'll go to the next 7. The sixth one is the culprit. 7. Eleven, 5, 12, 3. Boom.
We weren't too sure coming in today, but obviously a heavy track is always a bit unknown, but he seemed to relish that and he was super to the line.
He'll obviously get out over a little bit further in time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was doing his best work through the line there, so step up and trip will only suit him better.
Good day for the Sable.
Very good. Thank you.
He's a real bulldog, isn't he? He wanted that win today.
He did, but we didn't jump the greatest and wanted to be up on speed, but we ended up getting back a little bit further than I wanted to. A few pods come back in our face and he dipped and dived a little bit. I don't think he really loved the track today, but I think class just prevailed and was too good for him.
And he's building a nice little record now, 3 from 4. Do you reckon he can continue to go through the grades?
I think he can, considering he was first up today with big weight and on a wet track. I mean, it was great effort, a great training performance, but a great effort from him, so I think he can go on with the job.
I'll sit up.
Thank you.
All right, this is this is a 1350 benchmark 58 female. This is a benchmark 58, all ladies in here. So if we look through the handicapping, again, there is no handicapping on these horses. This is all free run. These 3 are neutrals. 1, 8, and 3 are neutrals. If we look at the odds, 11, 5, 12, and 3. So that 11 is the favorite. Now the 11 is the favorite for some reason, which is probably not something that I can understand here, but and the 12 is also there, the 3 is the neutral, all that is there, but since it is not handicapped, so we'll go with the horses. So here is what we get. I would have gone with that 15, but that is an 8-year-old mare. So I do not know if an 8-year-old mare over a 1350 is a great idea from gate number 11. But the next one, which is 14, is one of the BBs and with a huge advantage. So I'm going to go with 14 if that 14 doesn't get tailed. This is, none of the horses are handicapped, okay? There's no handicapping in here. I mean, if we call this handicapping, then no, this is not. There are no linear horses. Everybody is carrying a weight which is either going to act advantage or disadvantage. 1, 8, 3 are all neutrals. So probably 8, 3, I mean 8 is in a very good hand. So probably this will get into a place. That is possible. 3 might get into a place. That is possible. But we have to, what we need to figure out is if there is a possibility other than the odds that we have. So if we look at that, in that case, that 7 has a very good jockey. The 12 also had a very good jockey. But the 14 is the one with advantage. It's a 4-year-old mare. And I definitely like it. I like the 15 more, but I like the 15 more, but it is an 8-year-old mare. I don't know if that will be a great idea. It looks like it has a lot of races at this ground, that 15, but it's got 72 races, 72, out of which it actually did nothing. It got one. It tried to get into league races, but that did not work. The 14 is not a great horse. It is not a great horse. It's got 32 races as well, but all of them are like that. So it's got 32 races. It doesn't have the right scores, but it has the right advantage today. So we'll take a look at that 14 at the paddock. The 14 is a check. We'll take a look at the 14 at the paddock in.
And the final spot will be decided at Goulburn on Sunday for the Southern Wildcard. Here's number one rematch. 10th in the heat at Tamworth, Donovan Dillon for Massara and Gavranich.
Before failing last time up there to Tamworth, his form was very good. He resumed at Tamworth with a good win, defeating Sabuki, and then was runner-up at Canterbury. Persuasive. We know he's got the ability. He's won 5 from 16 overall.
He had to run the race at Tamworth last start and failed to run on, but perhaps he was in the worst part of the track, back towards the inside. Getting back onto the big track here on his home surface, I think we can see him improve. He looks a picture, albeit a little bit more.
Giving Delight, Grant Buckley, Rod Northern well back in the heat at Tamworth.
He had a bee in his bonnet pre-race there at Tamworth last time out. And it was beaten around 8 lengths by Ida Varsity. Prior to that was a good winner on the Beaumont first up, and then followed up with a really nice win in the Championships preview race here at Scone, defeating Kelsey Bell.
Yeah, I think the wide barrier is a negative for him. He got a long way back at Tamworth last start, and I expect him to have to do the same again today. I guess the only positive is he gets back to his home track today.
Also running at Tamworth was Whoever Thought, Mitch Stapleford on for Jeremy Gast.
I think he can take a big leap forward second up today. He has won second up in the past. He's been placed on a heavy track previously too, and I don't think he was all that bad at Tamworth last start. We're finishing ninth behind Into Varsity after striking a little bit of trouble in the run.
Yeah, I definitely think he can improve also. His form suggests that. He set up outside the leader after doing a little bit of work first up. He should get a much kinder running transit from the soft barrier today.
Also by Tamworth is Power Bow. Wayne Brown, the trainer.
Yeah, Wayne Brown's done a wonderful job with this fellow. He's got very good wet track form, albeit on soft surfaces. He's had 5 goes for 2 wins and 2 minor placings. Only beaten 2.5 lengths by Into Varsity last time out. And that was by far and away his toughest test to date.
Yeah, he's been placed 4 from 5 this preparation. I thought he had his chance at Tamworth last start, and this race doesn't look any easier. So I haven't got him in the mix. He's holding his condition well though.
You and Ironside just missed out at Port Macquarie in the heat there, running third behind Sumo Fish, Ben Looker and Cole Prosser.
Yeah, I love the way he charged the line there into Tamworth last start. We're finishing second behind Borrowed Luck, was only beaten a half length. Goes up to the 1,400 metres today, which you'd think would be suitable.
I think he just laboured under the massive weight of 61.5 kilos last start at Tamworth. Only went at a moderate tempo in the small field. He got back. He was strong over the final stages. The weight drop helps, but he does need to gain cover in the early stages. He's a horse that can over-race. Awkward gates are negative.
Another via Tamworth, who's away goes the bunny. Great knock on for Brett Cavan.
He would need to find a little bit of improvement off his last unplaced effort behind Into Varsity. He just raced a little keen. If he can settle today from a soft draw, maybe he can improve.
He did win a Tab Highway third up last preparation at 1,400 metres. I will say both his runs this campaign have been a touch plain for mine, but he draws to get Matt Favours.
Okay, Kaihoko couldn't get into the Port Macquarie heat, but he got his ratings up with a highway win at Canterbury to get into the wild card. Luke Rolls and another one for Colt Prosser.
Yeah, it was a fantastic win last time out at Canterbury, defeating Sheeds Within and a pound of salt. Showed a really good turn of foot to win that day. Awkward draw here doesn't help.
Yeah, I love this galloper. He was aided by a very good ride to win at Canterbury. That was 4 weeks ago. He's missed a run in between with the races called off at Port Macquarie. Awkward gate is a negative, but he will really relish the big track here at Scone, and that's the best he's paraded all campaign.
Dances with Hooves, the mare, trained here on the track by Cameron Crockett. Also a Tamworth qualifier, ran 7th, Will Stanley.
She's got a touch of class, this mare. She was very strong through the line at Tamworth behind University when beaten just on 3 lengths. She's a second up winner in the past and is 1 for 1 here at Scone.
I think she's an improver also. She worked home from back in the field first up. She's quite lightly framed. She doesn't hold a lot of excess condition and she loves getting her toe in the ground. So on this parade, she can run well.
All right, let's go to Know Thyself. Here is the favourite, Massara and Gavranich. Train, Aaron Bullock rides. They've already got Ida Varsity into the final, having won there at Tamworth.
Know Thyself ran odds on and beaten at Tamworth. He's going to go, a bit shorter today. It was $1.90 Tamworth. It's into $1.75 with Tab here in the wildcard.
Yeah, he's on the upward spiral. Only lightly raced. 6 starts, 3 wins, 2 minor placings. I guess it was always going to be a difficult task to win first up over 1,400 metres in a race that obviously had quite a bit of depth. He was only beaten 2 lengths. I think he'll really improve second up today. He has had 2 second up runs for 2 victories.
He's got strong credentials for a race like this. He was placed in the Wink Skinny's last preparation out of a mile. I think he was in the worst part of the track. First up at Tamworth, where he was back towards the inside. He was sent out a short price favourite. He'll get plenty of galloping room here today. I didn't see him first up at Tamworth, but he presents well enough to win today.
Okay, here's Campbell, number 10, Chelsea Hillier on for Wayne Brown.
He was quite disappointing at Tamworth in the country championships race. They're beaten around at 9 lengths after posing up behind the speed. Probably eligible for easy races.
Yeah, I agree. I'm happy to risk him here today. He was disappointing for mine last start, beaten 9 lengths. I'd like to see him in something easier.
Okay, Lubrication finished third in the qualifier at Lismore. It was a trifecta that day for Matthew Dunn, so he got Fukabana and Tribeca Star into the final. He's trying to qualify his third runner for the big $1 million race. Ash Morgan will ride this horse, Lubrication.
Yeah, he's a great chance. Should be at the peak of his powers. Third run back from a spell. Was never on the track at Lismore last time out. Went third behind Tribeca Star. Probably would have preferred him on top of the ground, however.
Yeah, I agree, Mick. He's yet to be tried on heavy ground. He's had a few goes on the soft for just 1 win against his name. He just never got on the track at Lismore last start. He will need a touch of luck from the barrier to gain a position with a bit of cover, but the 4 weeks between runs certainly hasn't hurt him. He looks right up to the mark.
Wayne Wilkes has qualified one for the final. That's Sumo Fish. He did it at Port Macquarie. This is the stablemate, Lensman, who finished 6th in that quali behind the stablemate. Andrew Gibbons has the ride.
He's doing his best work late at Newcastle. Last time out, went 5th there behind Anna Rita, only beaten a length and a half. He's been placed 3 or 4 on heavy tracks, and he's twice a winner at 1,500 metres, so you know he's going to be strong late.
He possesses plenty of fitness. He's pretty keen to get on with things here in the yard. He was very strong from back in the field at Newcastle last start, so the step up to 1,400 is definitely a bonus. He was a Tap Highway winner last preparation out over 1,500 metres.
Cody Morgan's got Tornado Express with Mitch Bell on board.
Very good at Tamworth last start, went forward behind to into varsity, covered extra ground on that occasion. He's a heavy track winner in the past. Doing the form for this race, I just wanted her to draw a little bit closer to the inside, but the way the track's playing, perhaps it's not such a disadvantage.
And she's yet to win past 1,200 metres, but I thought she ran very creditably last start at Tamworth in the qualifier. She was beaten 2 lengths. She was caught wide with trip. Unfortunately, she's drawn wide again today. She gets the blinkers on.
Here's Credit Controller, Michaela Weir on for Shannon Manwaring.
Another one that's drawn awkwardly. She found the line okay at Grafton last time out to Class 4 level behind Zanardi's Lane, beaten around 3 lengths. Goes from the 1,200 up to 1,400 today. I see that as a positive.
Yeah, she's had 2 runs back this campaign. She was a winner at Metro Grade last preparation in Queensland. Just not sure if she's going well enough this preparation though.
Royal Teams, Molly Burke for Terry Evans.
Was a Port Macquarie winner last time out, defending mark of 58. This looks much stronger.
Yeah, she's been placed her last 2, but this is too strong for mine.
And Unreachable, Anna Roper on for Jeremy Sylvester.
5-year-old mare by Outreach. She's at the 13 starts for 2 wins and 3 minor placings. She's been racing well in easier grades. Last time out at Wyong, finished 5th there behind Tahina, only being 2.5 lengths. That was on a heavy track.
She's deep into her campaign. She possesses plenty of fitness, but I prefer others on form in this race.
Okay, that's the field as they go to the gates. $1.75, Know Thyself. Red favourite at Tamworth. Could only run 5th behind the stablemate InterVarsity. $1.75 today. $7 for number 11, which is Lubrication. 3rd in the heat behind Tribeca Star. And $8 for number 14, Tornado Express. Let's go and hear from Paul Massara about his 2 runners here, including the favourite.
Paul, 2 runners here. Let's start with Rematch and give him another crack. What did you make of his efforts last start at Tamworth?
Yeah, I think he was probably affected by the bias on the day. Late in the day, they really didn't come up the inside at all, both my horses.
bit of racing today up that inside. I expected more from him on the day, and today he's good on the heavy, so he's won on the heavy track before. Makes a bit more of a testing event today, so we'll hope him up handy to the speed and hopefully getting the best part of the track, and he should be strong to the post. 2,000 metres, so stamina won't be an issue for him. It's pretty testing today, so it'll just be interesting to see the big field where they all end up. It's going to be a little bit tricky with the track the way it's playing.
Also got the favourite Know Thyself. Were you happy with his first up run?
No, I was really disappointed with his first up run. I probably thought he was the one to win that race, and Billy obviously once again swept and won very well. Today he has run very well on wet tracks before, so that's a real positive for us getting into this. That we know he can handle it. Again, it seems to be getting to that right part of the track at the right time in the race. It'll be tricky again, but Aaron's on board. He does a great job, and he normally gets on the right part of the track.
He looks like a horse that'll probably appreciate a little bit of galloping room today as well.
Yeah, he will, but I mean, it's a field of 16, so it's going to get pretty crowded when they want to kind of run on the 2 metre strip. So I don't know how that's going to go, but yeah, we're just going to have to see. Leave it up to Aaron. It's up to the jocks to try and navigate a clear path. But I think if he can just get a smooth transition in the race and he lets down well on this very testing ground, it'll be hard to beat. Good luck. Thank you. Punters are very confident here. It's into $1.65. Know Thyself. Late mail coming up, and we'll just talk about the track here because we've got 16 runners here. We've had small fields all day. There's not going to be a lot of room out there for everyone wanting to get to that right part.
Yeah, everyone's been keen to get to the middle and out. So far throughout the day, we've only had a max of 8 runners in all our races. So full field here, which will make it interesting. The track's played okay so far, but like I said, smaller fields, and it hasn't been obviously as important to gain a position in the early stage, and they've raced a little bit looser, but this will really tell with the track. Thankfully, we've got through the day, and it's going to be a great race.
Okay, $1.60 now. $1.60 the favourite. Know Thyself.
Yeah, I've got Know Thyself on top. I think the big field should generate tempo, and I thought he might be able to finish over the top of them. First up, finished 5th to into varsity.
Soon no
mobile, momentum horse, and I think if they run along today, they're going to know.
These people at Scone, they take a long time to load the horses.
Last time out. But we know he's got plenty of talent. He's only
This is a.
race well on the home track. Lubrication.
They take a long time to load the horses.
We all saw the run up there at Lismore, finishing 3rd behind Tribeca. Star was never on the track. 8 Dances with Hooves will be the big improver. Second up today was only.
As that wait, we gotta check the paddock.
It's a good second up form. And I put rematch in for 4. 9, 11, 8 and 1.
9, 11, 14 and 7. Hoping class will prevail here with the 9, Know Thyself. Obviously, he was placed in Winx Guineas last preparation. He's had 1 run back, and I just don't think things went completely right. He was back towards the inside. Here's the improver here on the big track for mine. The 11 Lubrication never got on the track at Lismore last start. He's at the peak of his condition now, 3rd up into the preparation. Tornado Express, she was gallant at Tamworth at 1,400 metres. I had a query to running the trip, but she was brilliant. And the 7, Kyoko, deserves a change of luck. Brilliant to win last start. He's 4 weeks between runs with missing a run in between 9, 11, 14 and 7.
This will start the second shortest price favourite of the series. Gallant Star last week, Mick, they backed it into $1.18 at one stage.
Yeah, he never budged, did he? Last Sunday, he was short all the way through betting, and he duly saluted by a big space, and punters will be hoping Know Thyself will do something similar here.
$1.45 now. So this has gone $1.70 to $1.45 since the parade. And they're loading in well. We've got about 3 or 4 out. In goes the bottom one, the Emergency getting a run for Jeremy, Unreachable. And there goes Credit Controller up into the gates. So we're still waiting on 3 of them, including Coco and Lubrication. Now, Coco and Björn Ironside are in similar colours. That's Kyoko. It's got the red and white check cap. The other one, Björn Ironside's got a black and white check cap, which won't stand out in the run, but Ben Hall will have them covered. Okay, let's get up to him. Here's the wild card for the Northern qualifiers at Scone, $150,000 in prize money and 1 more place into the final.
at Randwick on day one of the championships, April 5. This is the Evergreen Turf Country Championships wildcard. Stand by. Signal. Racing. Campbell off the inside left, okay. Unreachable with speed, whoever thought, and Royal Teens on the scene. Rematch not far away. The Know Thyself in that leading division. Tornado Express out wide, then away goes the bunny. Camborne is back in the field now, just Sablemate's getting back there, Power Boa. They were followed next by Lensman on the outside, then Unreachable, Lubrication about midfielder. Then came Credit Controller on the inside, giving delights back in the second half of the field. The outside of it there, Kyoko, followed by Dances with Who's on the inside, and back at the rear, Bjorn Ironside. Down the side at the 800. Now Campbell on the inside, led narrowly from whoever thought in second spot. A Tornado Express third. Royal Teens fourth on the fence. Know Thyself, close enough if good enough in fifth there in the middle. They were followed by Lensman, Rematch, Unreachables out wide, away goes the money, then Power Boa. They were followed next by Dances with Hooves and also Giving Delight as they come around the bend. 400 metres left to go. Camborne, whoever thought on the outside, the first challenger. Tornado Express out wide. Know Thyself winding up quickly now. 250 left to go. Know Thyself dash to the front. Bullock gave it a cut with the Persuader, got away by two. Tornado Express, away goes the bunny. Lubrication running on quickly. 100 metres left to go. Know Thyself in front. Lubrication runs to second, but it's Know Thyself. Plenty of ability this horse. Know Thyself is down 1 by 2.5. Second was Lubrication, away goes the bunny, got third.
No, 9.
Tornado Express, Rematch, Dances with Who's was out wide. Then came...
That is a giant horse.
Then came whoever thought it. Royal Teens was next, and Giving Delight, followed by next over the line, Lensman, Unreachable. Kyoko was running on when it was all over. Then came Camborne, and one of the last ones in was Credit Controller. Well, that makes things interesting. A week after Gallant Star made a statement at Canamble, Know Thyself has done the same thing here in the wild card. Couldn't get in by the original qualifier at Tamworth, running 5th behind the stablemate InnoVarsity. He has come out here and stamped himself a horse capable of winning the final in a couple of weeks' time on day one of the championships. Know Thyself becomes the 15th horse into the final, worth $1 million, trained by Paul Massara and Leah Gavranich. They've got 2 into the race now, and Leah is with Mel.
Well done, Leah. He is such an impressive horse, and he showed that here today. Yeah, absolutely. He is an absolute ripper. As you can see from his trials, his prep, he's just taken a little bit to get going. I actually thought he probably matured from his trip to Queensland, but as it turned out,
12.
he just wasn't quite there yet. On prep, you know. You could see in his trials, he was a little bit lucky.
Here is what's going on. So the odds are 11, 5, 12, and 3. Okay, 12 is good. 1300 meter. 12 is good, but this is I don't know if you have seen those races that they play at Randwick. So this is an all mare, almost same age, apart from that 8-year-old and the 6-year-old and that 8-year-old. Now, if you look at the handicapping, that 14 is here and the 14 is through the rails. So, this is a good one. The 14 is a big value. We'll take a look at the 14 at the paddock. If it doesn't get tailed, then 14 is good. 12 is in good hands. It has a good jockey. Here is the support line for 8. Okay. If you look at 8, which is a neutral, all right, this cannot win, but it'll get a place. So if you look at the tailing gate, this is tailing this, okay. And if we look at the drift, this is a drift, which is a large drift in good hand within the rails. This is 1 and 2, but the other drift, which is equally good, but it is an 8-year-old mare, so that also tails this. So we've got a support line on 14. So 14 is going to get a pack. And if 14 gets a pack, all that needs to happen is that horse needs to run. That's all. And that's not there within the odds. So we'll take a look at 14 at the paddock. If it doesn't get tailed or anything on those lines, or, you know, we find that 12 to be extremely good or anything else, then we'll take a call. $12 is good. 12 is good. But it has to work in a way so that it makes sense. We'll take a look at the 14 at the paddock.
And she tries her heart out. Kenji knows her well.
Number 5, Shape and Power, was the original favourite and still could jump favourite. There's not much between a few of these. Angela Plum, Ryan Wiggins, Barrier 1 and a fast man.
Sharp and Power has a great, tenacious racing style. Her only poor run this preparation was when she pulled up lame. She finally draws a gate. She was good again last start. The winner just flew that day. Good old fat fingers.
Number 6, Kimmy Osmosis.
14 is after a vacation.
Stable. We've got Shade.
11 weeks or 12 weeks.
Base riding takes 3 kilos.
Enrique.
Off.
It's a very strong chance.
And the horse's name?
I mean, we are at Ipswich. We can take chances.
Maiden winner here.
7 is a colour.
Last start. Nice work late for the 1350.
Number 7, Gracie Blue for the Danny Begoyard. Noel Callard, all right, from a wide draw.
Comes back, well back in troop, but we've just seen that as a proven formula in the last race. She's had a decent pressure, but been back to the trials, and yeah, okay, being back out to 1800.
Jack Bruce and Damien Thornton team up again with Monopoly Girl.
Great return. Outsped, great final 200.
They're still at the paddock.
Perhaps further.
I'm a bit disappointed dude La Louvre didn't turn up. Would have been my best bet of the day.
Yes.
Number 10, Quality Miss, the Diane Murphy stable and Sean Cormack.
Maiden winner here. She's going to love this soft track. And that was 4th up last preparation. We're pretty hard out front last start. She kept some.
I'm going to put 14 as EW. I don't know. It's after a long break, but I'm going to put it as EW if it doesn't get tailed.
She was great too, back from speed dominated.
It's after a long break.
Service last start. She just wants tempo.
Kim and Kemp's mare Window Tapper broke through at start number 11. She's a lovely mare. She's drawn a soft gate. Emily Lang to ride. She should roll forward.
Beautiful type, well put together. Crossed easily from the 8 box seated, gave a good kick. It was a good maiden win.
14, L Magic for the Whittaker Yard. Olivia Kendall rides and takes 2 off.
Blinkers are off. Nasal strip goes on for the first time. No trials. Last ran just the start of January, so residual fitness is there.
And the last horse we have to look at is Duchess Bree.
It's not getting tailed. 15. That 15 is also good. Yep. I'm going to put 14 as coffee. 14 is coffee. EW.
5 is a late scratching. His job.
Full lap of the track prior to the race, and has been deemed a late scratching on Bet's advice. So a late scratching Shape and Power. The red light's on. We're set. Racing. Window Tapper was away very well. No speed from Duchess Bree, who's a clear last, and Window Tapper's going to drive forward and lead from Kemi Osmosis and neck away second. 2 lengths Quality Miss getting to third. 2 further back, Yellow Hammering fourth from Monopoly Girl. About 2.5 then to Strong Martini on the inside of El Magic. Then came Peter Vargo as the field strings out from Duchess Bree third last. 3 off Gracie Blue. Cryptic Sound last. Shape and Power was the late scratching at the barrier towards
towards the half mile now, and it's out in front. Window Tapper up in distance today and runs it at a strong tempo. A half length Kemi Osmosis second. Third the box seat, Yellow Hammer. Quality Miss off the rail now in fourth. 2 lengths Strong Martini. Tracking up deeper on the course was Monopoly Girl. And then Pitavago, who's getting going from the back.
Come on, baby. Get it on. Get it on. It's a good one. Come on. Don't give up, baby. You're good. 14. Come on. Move it. Move it, baby. Move it. Move it. You're clear to go. Move. All that you have to do is, baby, run. Nah.
Still Window Tapper. Yellow Hammer's driving. It's Window Tapper hanging on. Yellow Hammer can't get there.
No.
Window Tapper kicked and held off Yellow Hammer. Photo for third. We've got Cryptic Sounding out wide with Quality Miss. Then came El Magic, Kemi Osmosis.
12.
Further back to
12.
Blue, Pitavago.
12 is good. 12 is good. Boom, boom. 12. Frag.
Number 12, Window Tapper for Kevin Kemp, and Emily Lane has just hung on from number 1, Yellow Hammer. Peter Sinclair and Courtney Bellamy has made a late lunge but come up short. We've got a photo for third and fourth, and all the way win for the 12, Window Tapper. 2 wins on the bounce. A very happy Kevin Kemp sitting right next to us. Kiana deserved that win. Good type. The 11, Cryptic Sound, looks as though it's flooded home.
12, 1, 11, I think.
Quality miss. And if you're wondering where shape and power was, a late scratching. So number 5 was withdrawn from the race literally 60 seconds before they jumped, just bolted under Ryan Wiggins on the way around and said, you're not running today.
Yeah, but all is okay. A horse and a rider will seem sharp and powerful another day.
From Wiggo having some sore arms.
Yes, those sockets of the shoulders. 12, 1, 11, 10 across the line. Stay with us. We're going to head back down to Scone. We just have had the running of the wild card of the Northern Country Championships taken out by a very, very sharp horse on the up. That is, of course, Know Thyself. And our own Nick Wallace caught up with winning jockey Aaron Bullock.
Well, Aaron, I know you've always had a huge opinion of this fellow. He was super impressive today. He jumped well. Take us through the run.
Yeah, jumped well, and then it was just a matter of getting. So I just wanted to get close to the rail, but he had enough, so I could cut the corner with the extension off the second corner and get out to where I needed to be, which is definitely middle to out. That's where it's not as rain affected, or to my opinion, that's where the winners will come most today. And look, it wasn't hurting for us. We jumped in the middle of the pack. Got into a good spot, didn't really have a bum to follow most of it, but he's a lovely relaxed horse, so it didn't really bother me. Because going to cover their blinkers in too much mud, it went too more but yeah, look, it was easy work. He done the rest, he loves the wet. The race just never went to plan for us at Tamworth, and we sort of let the guys when we've done that slow, so we had to come here for round 2. And second up, probably it definitely was a lot better second up, and yeah, it was good to get the job done.
And he's the kind of horse that's just going to love around with.
11, 5, 8, and 6.
One there born heavy and demolition, so all about being up in grey, he'll definitely make his taking stops.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you very much.
The horses are, I know, so I'll strike us out. But why are we showing the reaper? Because we don't have to take it out. Yeah, I'll just drop it. What, oh, you're growing it? Oh, yeah. Oh, James McDonald's mount. Leave it there, it's James McDonald's mount. No worries. What? Yeah, done. You're not getting no run of them. Fuck, you better hope this doesn't get on to it's a fake place. Who? Mr. Jane. Who won the run there? Mr. Jane. Oh, because he's here, isn't he? They said, oh no, I want to, I think we'll run in the Galaxy. They said he's horribly weighted. Come on there.
11.5.
Well, hello and welcome to Form Line Extra. Yes, it's like Christmas Eve. One of the great days on Australian racing calendar. It is TAB Golden Slipper Day. 5 Group 1s at Rosehill Gardens out in the Parramatta region. It is a mouth-watering day from the start to the finish. I can't wait for it. Chris Reeds alongside me, Nick Byrne. Nick Burney's not here. Nick's at a wedding. Not his. He's already had his. But he's not here for it.
The only good thing about having a wedding tonight is it's not tomorrow.
Yeah. Mate of mine, I got married on a Sunday, made it quite easy. Mate, you've got me a long time like I have. Golden Slipper Day.
Just on the wedding. One of my best mates got married on Derby Day. I'll never forget him or his wife. Still, every time we go out for dinner.
I know what you're saying. Enough of weddings. We're trying to be in a happy mood. Golden Slipper Day.
Fantastic day of racing. You get to the best races in Australia. This Golden Slipper is the most open and it's got to have the being it simply. There's not something that stands out. I reckon anyone a 6 could win it.
Well, I can tell you the track currently this afternoon at Rosehill Gardens is a good form. Now, it's been overcast, but nothing's really fallen at Rosehill Gardens. A couple of mil tipped overnight. Will that come or will it not? I can tell you that Sean Patterson and Navesh Ramdani from the Australian Turf are there at all hours of the night waiting for that rain to come. If it doesn't come, whether they'll add 1 or 2, will we find out in the morning? I don't think they will. It's got plenty of cushion in the track. I think it's just natural here and now in, whether a little bit of rain falls or not. We're going to have a picture-perfect racing service at Rosehill Gardens.
Yeah, I think they've timed it perfectly for this race meeting. I was out there this morning. They were mowing the track when they had.
You were there this morning?
Yeah.
2 mornings in a row.
2 mornings in a row. Just keeping informed, Richie. I guess we've got to also talk West of Swindon in a doubt now for the Golden Slipper.
It's in doubt. Of course, the late scratching last week. It's been in doubt all week. What are you hearing?
So the bench went and saw the horses today, and West of Swindon didn't pass the veterinary check today. It'll be checked again in the morning, but it's in doubt now to run the Golden Slipper with a horse called Alabama Express for Braith Knock on it.
Alabama Magic.
Yeah, to Braith Knock, maybe getting a ride in the Golden Slipper, the old bull rider.
Yeah, it'll be unfortunate for the Hawke Stable because they've got 3 runners in the Golden Slipper at the moment for Hawke Stable. Now, we're going to get stuck into the Chris. The first trigger, though, is the agency, the George Ryder. That is race 7 on the card. It'd be remiss of me not to get your thoughts in the first of the Group 1s, which is race 5, the Randwick Stakes. Is Via Justina put in, take out, or can that William Haggis do what he's done so many years in the past?
Well, you'd think $1.40 looks very good odds. James McDonald's on 4 favourites and one well in the market. What would be the unders and overs of him Group 1s? I'd say 2.5 would probably be the market.
2.5 would be the line.
Frank, thank you so much for doing that, Frank. Thank you so much for doing that.
I've got a feeling the broadsiding will be very hard to beat if we get rain. Otherwise, I think it's a lay.
Yeah. Do you think it's needs its toe?
Oh, I've got no doubt. No doubt as a pundit, that's what opinions are. I think he's a far better horse. But I've got a little query over the 3-year-old males. Lady Shenandoah's gone and beaten the older girls in the pool.
All right. So we are with the 8th, and this is the last race of the day today here at Ipswich. We look at the odds 11, 5, and 8. 11 is the first one. 5 is the drift. 8 is also a drift, and they've got the 6, which is a neutral. All right. Why? Because of the jockey. Now, the 7 is there. It's the linear. And why it is not there within the odds is something that we need to figure out. That 7 is the check. But 17 is the EW. So this is in good hands. The 5 is in good hands. This is right after the linear. 17. Tremendous amount of advantage. This is a lot of this is a very strong handicapping on this 7 for a 4-year-old gelding. That's a very strong handicapping. It's a linear which is not within the rails, but it is it is a check. And if we look at the gate numbers, they are tailing gates. All right, they're tailing gates. So we need to figure out why that 7 is not there. That's the first thing that we need to figure out. 12 is the other one. 2 from gate number 2. That is also tailing. Twelve is the other one. Why 12 is very much there. 12 is also very much there, but they're kind of drifting. This is strong handicapping. This is within the rails. This is tailing. So 12 is also a check. 12 is also a check. Is advantage here. But that's not in a winning position. And 7. Three to 17. Five, 6, 3, 2. Probably 4, 7. We need to figure out that 7, and we'll take a look at that 12. But 17 is the EW position. So chances are 3, 17, and 5. 5 is in good hands, a very, very big drift. But this is also there in the game. This is also there in the game. This is also a drift. That is also a drift. This is a better horse because it has got 9 races and the score is good. This is like 36 races and a drift. This is in good hands, and this we don't know, but it is very much within the rails. 11 is the first one out with better handicapping than this. This is a very strong handicapping. So a 4-year-old, 7, 11, no match. 11 will ruin it for 7. 7 will not be able to stand. That's for sure. But what are the other possibilities? 5 is there. 5 is a drift, but 2 is a stronger drift. It's a stronger drift. 5 is a drift. It's a bigger drift. It's a bigger number, but this is a negative number. This is negative 3205. So that these are all linear horses. So this one is a strong one, 12. And that has torque as well. So we need to figure that thing out. This one is 84% drifting. There's no question of talking about it. The 17. The 17. If we can get this 11, 17, and 12, probably 11, 17, and 12. Can we beat the 5? Can we beat the 5 with the 12? 15 races, the score is better. 36 races, that's definitely there, but here it is a lot of advantage. So 11, 17, 5, then probably 12. Let's see, let's take a look at the paddock. Resistance 17. Frankie is not gone. Frankie is going to stay for the last one, right, Frankie? The last one is very interesting.
$51. Speed in the golden slipper. Well, I don't think, now you pronounce it correctly, Baywatch. Baywatch. I think it'll go back. Well, let's go midfield looking for cover. Far side, King of Pop. I don't know about King of Pop. Skyhook, yeah. Devil Knight, yeah. Roll forward. I think a lot of horses will come and have a look. Military Tycoon. I think they'll split up. It's a golden slipper, mate. I think too many times people drag in these high pressure races. By the time you drag and look up, I'm with you. I think there was one day at Canterbury not long ago, and a young jockey, and I just said to them, sometimes you drift back. Yeah. If you drag back, if you're dragging, you don't want to be on their mouth. You don't want to be on their mouth. You're 20 lengths behind. You just got to drift back, let the speed go, come in behind it. All I know, it's a golden slipper. You need a bit of luck. Where does Wogan get? Does he settle in front of Tempted, or Tempted settle in front of him?
Tomorrow is the golden slipper. Tomorrow is the golden slipper, I think.
It's the English Millennium. Rivellino. I still remember Chris Lees on all the videos. Go, J-Mac. Yeah. Here comes J-Mac and the pink cap outside of Chris. Yeah. And here's what?
Tomorrow is 22nd Golden Slipper Rose Hill. Big races coming up tomorrow.
He can sprint better than these days. And the horse still stood up out of this race. So for her, the third one, the Jules in Queensland, he put a gap in that. He's done everything right, this horse. And then they'll all come out and handle them in one of the leaders. He's 3 from 3. There's no doubt he's a great chance. Hates bone and soft draw. Here's the skyline. Here he is winning again. If you're on Skyhook, turn away, please. That's you with the red to white behind them. He comes out and wins. But here is Rivellino. Jason Collard on board. Gets the job done. And you know what? You know what winners do, Chris? They keep winning. They keep winning. And the other thing is, Finally Arrogant actually started short of the Skyhook at that race. Was just as good as him. And you're getting $27 in this race. Sky, who was it? Quality Arrogant started at a shorter price than Skyhook in that race. And Quality Arrogant was better as good as Skyhook. I thought it was. Do you want to just write a replay again? Yeah. Skyhook lost all momentum, had to pick up again and come again. Went for the same run on the top. Yeah. It was an okay run. We don't say it was equally as good. We're not taking away. He was just winning the state, but they rode him aggressive in the state because he had to run top 2 to really get into your thick of the win. There was no doubt he was slightly disappointing. You can't paint a picture saying that he wasn't disappointing. Ketchum was able to beat him. Steam home, the speed was good. I think Woden back to his home track, soft draw, winkers on, and he's, from all reports, James McDonald, I tell you, gave him a good rap, was Tommy Berry, who rode the horse that Watford chased in track work and said, I think the winkers might have helped. The other thing with him, he just surged every time somebody come near him. I don't think he saw the thing out of mind. Yeah, that's a fair call. Look, these horses are still very, very immature. Now let's have a look at the. Is this a sweet brace? It's worth a brace. Belazane was home. I was on it. I apologise. Oh, I thought she was gallant. This horse has done it all the way through as well, right? You look here, there's no betting here, is there? And then within the law, just picks up late.
Lewis, the 5 is good, Lewis.
That sort of
5 is good.
We always think the English restricted race, like the major moves of the
But the question is,
not the form you want to be on a golden slipper. Let's have a look at the.
so this is what we are talking. This is what I am thinking on. So if we look at this, then 11 and 5 are well within the rails. Okay, the 5 is the largest drift. It's in a very good hands. That 5 is in a very good hands. Let's not talk about it. So that 5 is there. Okay, but it's a 1350. So if we look at the linear is 7. That's a very strong handicapping, and right after 7 there is the EW, which is 17. Now that 5 should get in, but the chances are that 11 will win because of the rails, and because it is a linear and it is in advantageous position than the 7. So doubting 11 here is not the right thing. It has got the right pressure. It is in good standing. The 5 is a drift. There is something that is going to be in between the 11 and the 5, and that probably is 17. This is also in good hands with advantage. It's a way more advantage than what 5 has. 5 is a drift. 5 will get in, but if this horse doesn't get tailed, then it is 11, 17 and 5. We just have to take a look at the horse, and if that works, then voila. And if that 7 wins, then we are upside down. That 7 is the linear. If it is able to carry that thing and deliver, then we are like upside down.
7. Going Empire comes up $9. IME at 13. Front page at 18. Jennifer low flying. It's at $19. Time to boogie. Take me through the speed map, Chris, for the Group 1 Gallants.
I think front page beat this race last year, and it only knows one way, so I think it in time to book in IME all push forward. There's no loafing here, and quite often it's not the usual 1100 metre race, because they go so hard that a good sprinter can get home down the outside.
Let's have a look at the first replay, Chris. I want to show you, which is, of course, the Challenge Stakes. That's Jetterbill back in the yellow and the black hoops, back and behind them, gets a game ride, gets out late, goes bang for Tyler Schiller. Uncommon James is outside the leader. I Am Me, of course, in behind the leader. Marzu in the red. They're all there.
Yeah.
And Dragonstone just getting checked.
Brad Widdop said last year, in the middle of the year, he said this will be a Galaxy horse at Jetterbill, and he's got it there, and he's got it flying. Look at that. The last little bit, it's run away from every other horse in this race. Anything to finish behind it cannot beat it on Saturday.
Wow. Got an Orchid Gate tomorrow. That's the worry. And goes down 2. Let's have a look at that. I'm watching this replay.
Let's have a look at the replay of the new market. That's Growing Empire going back to the inside in the Yulong colours. Here comes Jolly Star. She was dynamic this day. He's a very good straight horse. He comes up here. He's probably weighted up to his best. And as you said, the 3-year-old colts, you've got a question mark on them. They've had a boom on them all the way through, but when they've stepped up to the next level, they haven't been able to perform yet.
What about Briasa? Where does this horse fit in? He's had 7 starts. He's won 6, Chris. The only time he got beat was behind Australia and Moravia, and that was back in May, October of last year, and probably should have nearly won his trial. What do you make trial?
How about this trial? He's under double wraps. This goes up to, that's Eagle's Nest on his inside. They come out on 1 first up. This goes away from him and never gets out of second gear. If he'd drawn a gate, he would have been my best of the day. The 15 just goes, where does he get to from there? He doesn't get any closer to the 3 off the fence, but he might just be too good for them.
Let's have a look at Private Harry. The Sunshine Coast. This was the slot race. What do they call it? The Sunlight Plate. And that's Lady of Camelot, the thing back in the eye and didn't have a lot of room, but gets going against for second. But now Lady of Camelot, we're talking about Lady Shenandoah for.
Yeah, and also he just made his own luck this day. So outside the lead, he's pretty clear, and they never saw which way he went. You've got to remember that 2 starts before this start, 2 starts back, he was $2.10 in a 72. Now he'd asked to take $3 in a group 1. This is his trial, and this is just him getting tuned up for Saturday day. He does everything right. It's got to be beautiful. Actually,
Gary brought him down to Rose Hill for a trial in February, and then back home for this one just to stretch the leg.
This was just easy work, just to tip him over. He's a very good horse, but is he the best horse in the race? I think Brias is the best horse in the race.
He's 4 for 4. He's yet to be beaten.
He's there, and he's weighted up to his best. I think he's only been outside benchmark for grade once, and he's got to carry 54 here. I've just read 53. I've just got a little bit of question on him. I'm with Briasa just because I thought all the way through that he was the one I wanted to be with.
So Ron Dulles is with Growing Empire. James McDonald. Brad Gray is with Private Harry, and you're with Assa.
Well, I reckon J Mac will be the one if he coming to this. If he's won four group ones, he'll be putting hungry for the 5th.
He'll be walking out like Snoop Dogg. That's what he'll be doing. He'll be snooping. He'll be rapping. He'll be coming out as Snoop Dogg. I think it's a very, very tricky little race. I'm gonna have a pin up on
We've got a really good weight relief in this. We've got lost 3 points for the challenge run.
I think it's a real tough race. It can't be a cracker. That's the last of the 5 group 1. What a day it's going to be. But we get to the last, and we've got the fillies and mares. It's the birthday card. Outback Miss at $2.70, short enough now. Spring Leaves at $5. Willa wins at $7. She's an A-list at $7.50. Rose Blooms at $10. Coco Jambu $11. Osmar is at $12. Drifting's at $15. Take us through the speed and Matt Chris.
I don't know. Lewis might have an idea. Lewis, what's good at Cranbourne?
Just Osmar go forward. I think it's got. If it goes back, it's got none. I reckon it's got to go forward.
I reckon it's got to go forward. I think Outback Miss
Spring Lee will touch up and hold a spot behind.
And Outback Miss gets the spot behind him with she's an 80, so I think it will be closer than the yellow. I think it'll be pushed forward.
Let's have a look at a barrier trial here. Coco Jambu runs third in this trial. They're behind Golden Hero. Forget about who wins the trial. Golden Hero's not up to these. Got beat over there.
It's look where they're coming from now. They're 7 lengths. They're 7 lengths. Roseburg's 7 lengths off them. Coco Bambi's 9 lengths off them. She gets the outside in. Let's put on a little bit of pressure there, but she just rolls to the line. And just look at the momentum she has up at the end. She's very good first up. And this race has a history of the horses that have performed at group level before running very well because they're very well handled in the under the conditions of the race. She's a very likeable horse at $10.
Let's have a look at the Winona Girl.
11.
Was at Randwick 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago.
Tailed, bro. I'm out.
Second. It was limited just circles in the blue. Wow. Well, Spring Lee runs 4th and she's A-listed now there.
Well, commemorative one. It was at this stage, 4 or 60 goals, something like that. Outback just gets out late. She fires to the line, but the race was over. But she's probably the pick of the out of this race. That's a pick out of this race. What about Willowy? Nathan Doyle, he will be stripped on if he happens to win the Galaxy and then comes to the birthday card. Jason Collett goes on board. This is back on the 4th of January. This was an impressive win, but is this form good enough for a birthday card? Well, this is like rising stars. Beach Infatuation is the thing in front of you. Yeah, but he has got a beautiful run through. It's a great ride. But just the way it does it here, and he opted to come to this race instead of go to the provincial championship, which is, I think, is a vote of confidence saying, I think it's good fun. It's awesome. Look at that, it's pretty gap in it. Can only 58.5 that day, drops to 54. Obviously takes a tough for opposition, we know that. I heard him say on radio, Melbourne radio during the week, they asked him, what, you going to have $50 on? He said, will we? He doesn't want to say, no, Harry. Now I can tell you, Ronnie Davis is with Outback Miss. Brad Gray is with Willow Win, and you're with Coco Band. Coco Jamboo. Sounds like a restaurant. Coco Jamboo. That's the mammoth day. Now, best bets and everything for the day, Ruda. Now, where's my mate Nick Burney? He just texted me. He said, I've sent you an email. So, Nick Burney's best bet of the day. Broadsiding in the Roseville Guineas. Wow. Is he a genuine 2,000 metre or Nick Burney thinks he is? His best value in the Golden Slipper race, 8 number 16. Mark Zuna, Nick Burney. Okay, that's Nick's best bets and value of the day. What's yours, Rita?
So, well, for me, I think he just is ready to fire. I think $5.50. You're not going to see that price again. And I think Rivellino was an extraordinary value when he got the $15 earlier in the week. It's more realistic at $9.50, but he's still very bankable, not very bankable.
Well, a couple of blokes off the radio show that do their best bets. Yeah, their best bet of the day was Via Sistine. A bit of value for the punters at $1.35. Let's have a look at tomorrow on Sky Thoroughbred Central, 10:45. Now, listen, before that, where's my sheet? There's something happening before that. I brought a sheet in. I wrote me note. Gazza, haven't we got a
morning slip?
The Golden Slipper morning show. That's right. I saw that. I put it under the desk so I wouldn't forget. Yes. We've got today's tips which start at 9:30, and then Greg Redley and Corey Brown live from Rosehill, 10 o'clock at 10:45, followed by the Rosehill preview, Eagle Farm preview.
All right, I'm out of this one. The 11 is getting tailed.
This will be tomorrow. It's the Calvary Hospital.
And now anything is possible. That's 5 is good. The 7 is good. Anything is possible.
Lawrence Shaw has played a massive role in the building and the development and the
5, 7, 8, 6. Anything is possible.
So to John Saunders and all the team at Kembla Grange for the Calvary Hospital charity day. Have a wonderful day, a mammoth function down there. Hope there's back plenty of winners. It's Tab Golden Slipper Day. It is one of the great days on the calendar. If you can't get the Rosehill, park your backside, track side in front of Sky Thoroughbred Central. Thank you, Chris.
No problems, Richard. Good luck tomorrow.
Good luck to you. Good luck to all the trainers, jockeys, owners, and more importantly, good luck to you, punters. I hope you back a stack of winners, and I hope Tim Ryan. Good luck, punters. Have a great weekend.
Come on. They're again going to show the paddock. These people are... Yeah, even mine is also, this is the last. Three AM. Lewis. So, I wake up at 3 a.m.
Lucky last year at Ipswich, race number 8. Holt's Geldings and Empires benchmark 58 handicap over the 1350. Joyce, your first horse we'll have a look at is the last start winner. That was here, Jungle Fever. Corey Sutherland rides for his father, Stephen.
Looks terrific, this horse. He's been holding his form. He broke through to that win at Ipswich last start. A track he's got great stats at, and as we know, this is a real horse of courses. He looks terrific.
Bailey Wheeler rides the 5 Toba, Rexy Lip.
He's had 9 starts here for 4 placings, so he gets around the track. He just hasn't won it yet, but you and I are hoping today's the day. Big run last start at Eagle Farm, went second up.
3:20 p.m.
Was handed it straight. Can go 1 minute.
Marcus Wilson has
In India, it is about 12:51 p.m.
He's here. It's his only ride. This horse went out a winner, came back a winner. That's always a good sign. It was a strong win first up. Just needs a gun ride from that draw.
Renita Beaton has the 7 Hollywood Epic, and Kobe Vittler takes off 3.
Broke the maiden at start number 7, but has never missed a top 3 finish throughout his career, so he's reliable. He's going to get a gun run with a claim. He can go back to back.
Jack Duncan has the 8, not a clue how or who. Monty Philpott claims 2.
Hasn't been too far away. 2 runs back from a spell. He doesn't win out of turn, but he's always thereabouts.
Warrior Head got the maiden out of the way last start. Denver McGilvray takes off 2 for the Sears.
He's a lovely horse. He's had a few issues, but he's only lightly raised. He broke through last start for a deserved win. And from that draw with a claim, should get all the favourites.
Bahars is the 12. Jason McMurray for Edmonds and McLean. Blinkers are back on, so the winkers are off.
It was good first up at both ends, but very disappointing second up in a fairly easy benchmark 58. Maybe that gear change will help.
Okay, Mystery Power is the 14. Had a trial in between runs. Gee, it was good. Joycey behind 10 Trinity Square. Jaden Lloyd, Lindsay Hatch.
Yeah, very good. And he definitely can improve on what we saw last start at Toowoomba in a Class 1. So keep him safe.
These are big odds. Okay, Stormtrooper. We know him well. Is horse number 16 off the back of that chinchilla second?
Yeah, he's going to have to improve off that country form, but he's won 10 from 80. He can't do a lot more than that.
Be exact is the 17.
Yeah, he's coming up a last start third at Gatton, where he's had all the favours.
Robert Norman has the 18, Lazaro. Amy Graham takes off 3.
Probably didn't do enough first up, got a sticky draw.
And Luke Tarrant rides the 19. That is Barrard for the Osborne stable.
Yeah, rank outsider.
5. Thank you. All right, Joycey, your late mail for the last time this afternoon.
5, 7, 11 and 4. Kian Toba on top of Hollywood Epic. I think both of those are big winning chances. The 11 Warrior Head's an easing favourite, and the 4 Jungle Fever look great. 5, 7, 11 and 4.
Yeah, Toba's on top for mine too. I think it was the run he needed to have. I thought the 11 was a danger. Warrior Head on the up. The 6 Clubhouse. And then I snuck in the 14 Mystery Power for Lindsay Hatch.
11 is getting tailed, so that's a problem.
5, 11, 6, 14.
Yes, my numbers were 5, 7, 11 and 4. No, that fourth thing was number 4. Let's head up for the call.
Now into $6.50. Set for the last. The red light comes on. No delay. They're off and racing at Ipswich. Another very even dispatch. Not a clue how or who couldn't muster it. Goes back towards last of all. And there's a charge for the lead. Out wider on the track. Starting to push forward. Mystery Powers looking for premier position. Out wider on the track. Jungle Fever's going up. Not far away was Warrior Head with Barrard the rail. Pushing through Stormtrooper as well. And then came Hollywood Epic from Clubhouse. It's just a little keen there. Further back on the outside was Be Exact. About 5 lengths Lazaro from Toba, and not a clue how or who is last of all. Mystery Power got across to the rail, leads a length 2 in second spot. Out wide Jungle Fever. Warrior Head is third. Around Bauhaus, who's pushed through to be fourth the rail. And out deeper was Stormtrooper. Then came Clubhouse from Hollywood Epic. Deeper going forward, Be Exact. And then not a clue how or who, Lazaro. Toba towards the end, and last of all, out the back was Barrard coming to the turn. Mystery Power in front, but fell for Be Exact's gone early, but looms up from Jungle Fever. Trying to get to the outside was Stormtrooper. Hollywood Epic deeper. Then came not a clue how or who from Clubhouse. Bauhaus back behind them. Be Exact sustains the run, but now Hollywood Epic quickly joins in to come after it. Wider out, not a clue how or who, and Toba's going to be the blouser out wide. It's Hollywood Epic in front. Toba's finishing off with
7.
but Hollywood Epic punched out to the wide go to
7, 8, 5.
the corner and beat home
12.
from Toba. Then came Be Exact, who got tired from Clubhouse. Storm
7, 8,
back behind the Jungle Fever.
5.
Finish off from Mystery Power, who got tired. Then Bauhaus, and last of all was
That was this was
Hollywood Epic goes back to back for Renita Beaton and Kobe Vittler, who scores a dub.
This was quite understandable. I kind of stayed out of this because the 7 was the linear. This was the linear. It was out of the rails, but the one in the rails was getting tailed. So this is like that, but that's a gamble. Anyway, that happened. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had 8 races here. You got the exacta. That is brilliant. That 7 is fabulous. So we had 8 races today here at Ipswich. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again. It's a big day at Rosehill. We have got the Golden Slippers, and we're going to be racing Rosehill tomorrow. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together and do a little chit chat. And thank you so much for being there, my friend Lewis. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Azhar. Thank you so much for being there. Frank, bro, thank you so much for the donations, the stickers, the love for this channel. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think Shul, my friend, thank you for being there. I know it's a weird time in Spain, but thank you so much for being there.